instead of a more chaotic high-speed game, because the speed of the game is connected to the frame rate, right? And on the default settings, it can get quite frantic. But, like, turn that down a wee bit, you know? Just, like, maybe try playing the game at some settings that are a more relaxing pace, per se. You hear the piss? God damn it! In reality, I think I would literally need to be pissing right next to this microphone for you to hear me pissing. Your mom is muted? My mom is probably working right now, actually. So most certainly not muted. All right, my face is going to disappear for a second, and I will actually be muted because this channel doesn't have audio. All right. I understand what you were trying to say, Darius, but holy typos. Her and I play at 100 frames a second. Your mom is muted, and her and I play at 100 frames a second. You know what I'm saying? Now with the talk of caffeine, you're thinking about when the closest good Chinese restaurant next to your house is. They changed their recipes or suppliers during the pandemic, and now they're terrible? Okay, I have a question. What the heck does caffeine have to do with Chinese food? Yeah, it does slow down as the fortress gets bigger. I think, like, the things that make Dwarf Fortress stressful is just the high speed. Like, there's a streamer who doesn't play Dwarf Fort so much these days named Selford Cell, and she would always run the game at 30 FPS, and, like, by default, the game runs at 80, so that's, like, less than half the speed, right? It's, like, close to a third of the speed. And I think if you run the game at, like, a speed of 30 and turn down your population to, like, 50, it is a much more relaxing game. Like, if you have a stressful job and you want to wind down after work, Dwarf Fortress can be a bit frantic and a bit anxiety-inducing. I mean, that's the speed I play at, Corno Loco. But, like, a 20 pop fort limit, and it's been fun? Yeah, it can be, certainly. I think, like, a 20 pop limit is fun if you change the invasion settings accordingly, but... You're usually okay unless you have to organize a ton of military operations or have a ton of nobles. I don't find nobles to feel that stressful. Like, the initial setup for a noble can be, but once you actually have the nobles set up, I find them pretty simple, actually. But there was a fort, I don't know, a year or two ago now, where at one point I had 17 nobles. They were all just various barons. There was a lot of world wars happening in that world, a lot of wars. And I kept just randomly inheriting baronies. And it got a little ridiculous at a point. And so, like, that one was kind of not stressful. I just, like, fired the guards so that I didn't, like, fail any petitions and just spent, like, a year and a half, like, making them all happy. Mandates, they only will request a mandate once a season. So if you look at their needs and you just queue up 3 of all of the items that they like per season, you will never fail a mandate. So if they like amulets and socks, queue up 3 socks and 3 amulets per season, and you will never fail one. I don't even remember what my mandates are. Because, like, I just automate them once and set and forget. As an example of this, rings is what my mayor requests. And as you can see, they're satisfied because, well, actually I just have a bunch of crafting jobs running. But, like, rings are what my mayor requests, and every 3 months requests rings, and he always requests 3 of them, and like, they're automated. So, like, if, say, a dwarf just needs rings, just type in, I don't know, bone ring, something that you'll have a lot of. Could also do rock ring. Then click this button, and then just do that. Seasonally done. And then remember to actually set it to 3. That's literally all you ever need to do. And then forget it's there. So the only time I find them annoying is if it's like a multi-step item. So things like if they're demanding traction benches. That's usually the killer for me. And that's where I go, oh, fuck you. Like, is when they're asking for traction benches. Or if they're demanding, say, ballista arrows. Although these days, ballista arrows, I guess, is more useful because more people are using ballista. It's the multi-stage items that they can request that I find to be a bit of a pain. I don't think I've ever had one demand a musical instrument. Is that even possible? Like that? Holy shit. Yeah, no, that would be a pain in the ass. And then the other thing that you need to remember is the worst that happens if you fail the mandate is dwarves get arrested, right? Like that's literally it. And if you have, or they get a beating if you don't have prisons set up. And that's only if you have the captain of the guard. If you don't have the captain of the guard, dwarves that value the law get upset. If you have the captain of the guard, dwarves that don't value the law don't care when dwarves get arrested generally, unless they're a really extreme, strange individual. And dwarves that do care get a happy thought. So actually ignoring mandates can be a good thing if your fortress tends to value the law. So there's that. And then the other thing about mandates is like the demands that nobles make right here. This one, I don't have any right now, but the demands, you can literally ignore those. No dwarf will go to prison, and they'll eventually forget them. And the only thing that'll happen is your noble will get a negative thought. Literally, that's the only negative consequence. Also, if somebody could fit that into a clip or two, that would be pretty freaking swell. Let's read through the named dwarves in the fort. We've got the Ember. So yesterday, while we were digging down, I did find a demon that had webs. And it was a skink demon. And it set a lot of dwarves a-dead. It made a lot of dwarves a-die. Dwarves a-dying. Yeah, sure, I can dwarf you in a sec. I haven't actually turned the thingy on, but yeah, we can do that after I'm done reading them. So a lot of dwarves died. About 50 of them. Slightly less than that. It was like 42 or something. Made it around halfway through the season, and then the game crashed. And we found the same creature again, and were able to kill it with about 10 casualties. So we got very, very lucky. So some dwarves died, and excuse me, and some dwarves died, and I need to name a dwarf sentient potato because they asked for a dwarf, and their dwarf died, and they wanted one of the new recruits, but all I really have are spearmasters now, because these were all the ones that mostly died. So I'm just going to name you Senti and Potato. There we go. So that dwarf has been renamed. I'm gonna click this. And I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna say, we got the Ember who killed an Ember demon. We've got Blue Pick who killed a Blue Fiend. In fact, I think they killed 2. We got Hammerhead, who's still one of my starting 7. Laya, who's a little bit upset still, but, you know, coming around. They're on again, off again. We got Rongor. We got Mud, who's Puddle's child. We've got Ghosty, Iffy Spiffy, Flicker Free, Mac, and Tackler, Moreb, and Gigmoth, as well as Timmy. And Attila the Dun, Perch Perkinser, or however you say that person's name. We got JJ, we've got Grumpy, we've got Wretched Television, Union ID, Alf, whose task I need to rename because they're titled Make Me a Noble instead of Baron. We've got Blue Ice, Ice Blue, Nortrum, Riddle, Schrubbert. That dwarf needs to be removed from the military. Schrubbert, Rin, Judge, and Dumbo, who killed an elephant demon, I think. No, elephant forgotten beast, that's what it was. We've got Elfie Bean. We've got Radbug, Freeways, and Vervito. Elray 7, and Tadbim. We've got... why did I read Tadbim? That's just their last name. Ice Blue, thanks for the 10-pack. Holy shit. Appreciate you. We've got Radis. We've got Snail. We've got Sentient Potat. We've got three shells. They don't know what to do with the 3 shells. We've got He-Man's, Friscoborn, and Enemy, Onion, Puddle, and Letteran, and Dwarf Pulse. Pun intentional. Sure, you can. But first I have to name Gazoom first. Gazoom, did you have any preference? If you did, I missed it. Seven artifacts and throne? Hell yeah, dude. What do you do if they ask for an impossible item? They're never impossible. So if they ask for like a diamond bed, they want a bed that includes diamonds, but the wording is dumb. All you need to do is encrust an item with that thing. So if they ask for like a bone short sword. No, they ask for furniture. If they ask for like a bone cabinet, you need to decorate a cabinet with bones, and that'll satisfy them. You bought the game recently and you barely understand anything? How many hours do you have? Sky Smiler. Smiler? Smealer. Kel. Oh, okay, sure. This one. This one spoke to you. You want to pray to the keeper of blankets. You know me too. Adamantine bed is a bed encrusted with adamantine. Okay, so first off, I can tell that you've played RimWorld because you're calling them pawns. Dwarf Fortress is a deceptively simple game. Is it Sky Smiler, or is it like Sky Smeller? I'm just gonna call you Skies. Dwarf Fortress is a deceptively simple game. It's actually pretty straightforward. The hardest part about Dwarf Fortress is figuring out how the game is trying to communicate information to you. My advice is just ask questions. If something confuses you, ask questions. But you're gonna need to unlearn a lot of things you've learned from RimWorld if you've played RimWorld. Because RimWorld markets itself as being like Dwarf Fortress, but the only real similarities is they're both colony management games where you build buildings. They could not be more different. The reality is Dwarf Fortress is a very vibey kind of god game, mostly. How do you make them do things? Well, you need meeting zones, you need tasks, you need to set up your manager. And how do you do that? You could watch my Getting Started tutorial, if that would help. Otherwise, genuinely, just ask questions. The Dwarf Fortress community is pretty helpful, generally. And if you're about 30 hours in, for whatever it's worth, it took me multiple years to get into this game. I first installed it in 2009. I don't think I even learned how to play properly without getting frustrated within an hour or two until 2015. And I didn't get to the point where I could play it competently until 2018, 19. So it's a game that takes time. You kind of just need to keep at it for a while. But if you're thinking about it, you're halfway there. If you're compelled after 30 hours and you want to learn more, it's just a matter of asking questions. All dwarves need is a place to socialize, which is a meeting zone usually assigned as either a public guild hall, which is a little complicated, a temple to any deity, or a tavern. They need booze, which you don't even need to farm to make booze. You literally just need to go to the surface. Presuming you're not settled in the Untamed Wilds, you won't have a problem here. Literally just click this tool right here and do that once or twice a year. And the dwarves will just run to the surface, and half of those will be edible. Totally fine. I've ran forts for years and never farmed once. You could also do that down in the caves if you're in the cavern layers. So if you're underground and you find a cavern layer like this one, you can literally just go to the surface and just like find a flat space like this, click this tool, and do that. Most of these are edible. You can farm, you don't need to. Like if that system is overwhelming or confusing you, just ignore it. There's ways around it. Fishing can feed a whole fort with like 2 or 3 fisher dwarves. So like when it comes to kids, they just kind of take care of themselves, but do be cautious because their pattern is they do a task or they do a chore and then they play. And they will play wherever they're doing chores. So if you happen to have a big pile of bodies somewhere, they will literally go stand in the pile of bodies and play after hauling a body. So like maybe go to the labor standing orders chores menu and adjust what the kids can do. Or if you have a particularly pissed off one, maybe remove them from chores entirely and let them just go play for a while. Like RimWorld is a game that's designed to be played and it's designed to be beaten. Dwarf Fortress is a vibes-based world sim sandbox that doesn't care about your existence or the fact that you exist. And it's up to you to manipulate it into being a game. I think like the biggest disadvantage RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress has to RimWorld is people expect the game to be like RimWorld. It's like maybe you're actually don't know what the rankings are in StarCraft. Whatever the highest tier and ladder is in StarCraft, but suck at Civ because that's complicated. Or like you find Crusader Kings overwhelming, but you're like high ranked ladder in Civ, or not in Civ, in StarCraft. Kind of the same comparison there. All right, let's go through Gaz, and then we will get the next dwarf named. And by the time I get to pun intentional, 10 years will have gone by. So Gazoom does not feel the slightest need to pay back favors done for her, no matter how major the help or how much she needed it. She is prone to strong feelings of lust and is very trusting. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she occasionally overindulges. Another thing that I would recommend is adventure mode is very empty, but like walk around in adventure mode for a bit and punch some chickens. It'll help you learn the combat. It'll make the combat make more sense when you realize that there's actually a like turn-based VAT system happening for every single dwarf in active combat. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she doesn't even often feel envious of others. She occasionally overindulges and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she thinks that she's fairly important to the grand scheme of things. She's quick to form negative... she's quick to anger, not form negative views about things, and she tends to have little interest in joking around. She licks her lips when she's nervous, and she whispers when she's nervous, and she points and shakes her finger when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. It's because, like, RimWorld's biggest advantage is that people think it's accessible Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress's biggest advantage is people think it's a more complicated RimWorld. But, like, the reality is, Dwarf Fortress has more in common with, like, Minecraft in a lot of ways than RimWorld. Like, this is a sandbox. It's a sandbox first and foremost. She personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools. She values a harmonious existence and finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't particularly care about craftsdwarfship. Dreams of mastering a skill. She likes schist and trifle pewter, as well as red glossier and rope reed fabric and the color chocolate. Squares and yaks for their shaggy hair. I may actually need to go close the window in the other room because there's so much sun coming in here, it's hard to see my monitor at this angle. I'll finish reading this first, though. She likes vile horrors for their macabre ways, and the words of the musical lark, and when possible, she prefers to consume horay marmot, white millet beer, and absolutely hates fire snakes. And has a broad body bearing impressive muscles and a great load of fat. She has a pet turkey hen and worships the god of the doctrine of warding, which is the keeper of blankets. We call it the god of comfy, but it's the god of fortresses. And is wearing some harsh fungus skink demon's gloves. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna go close the blinds in the other room so that I can actually see my monitor properly. Give me a second.
Is that interesting?
Okay, so that, now I need to name Pun Intentional. Pun Intentional wanted a happy bearded dwarf. The first thing to focus on when learning Dwarf Fortress, though, sort of like what Devilish is saying, is just all dwarves need is a source of food. Doesn't need to be cooked. Does not need to be meals. It can be raw, and like they'll get annoyed after a while having to only eat the same raw food. But like, it can be raw. They can eat raw meat and they'll be totally fine. They do need alcohol. Alcohol is mandatory, and that can be made out of most plants that can be found most anywhere. And they need a place to socialize and a place to sleep. Sleeping can be bedrooms or it can be a dormitory. And that's it. Once you have that down, like a source of food, could be raw fish, could be plants, a source of alcohol, a place to socialize, usually a tavern, and a place to sleep, then just pick one thing at a time and just slowly learn mechanics. Don't try and do everything at once. There's also no shame in just turning off enemies if you're learning the game. Like, especially for, like, your first fort. Like, just turn off enemies. Like, just don't worry about that. Like, the military stuff's kind of complicated, and the combat is obtuse when you're trying to learn what you're looking at. Like, the viewport of Dwarf Fortress is maybe the hardest part, at least in my opinion, to get the hang of. And, like, learning what the game is asking you to do. You have an alcohol ban? Ah. Those poor souls. I would invade you if I was your neighbor. Like, if I was a dwarven civ living next door, like Kenos, and I heard that the local mountain homes up the mountains were serving their dwarves water, we would have to invade them out of, like, we'd have to liberate that. That is horrendous. It's a crime against dwarfanity. Dwarfanity? Dwarfanity, yes. It's like telling a gnome to live above ground. Or a gremlin to not pull a lever. Or a human to not drink water. Shame. I mean, you can survive with no alcohol. It is very much possible, but they won't be happy about it. And they'll, like, you're actively making the game significantly harder for yourself because they'll, I think it's distracted, is the, I think distracted is the trait that they develop after a while. Or sluggish, is it? It's one of the two. Yeah, or taking a goblet, or telling a Gaul to not blin. Yeah, telling a Gaul to not blin. Yes, that's where I'm going with that. I'm gonna commit to that. This is pun intentional. He's a armorer, and he's currently meditating on the rain. He's praying to the god of the rain. He's rarely jealous, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. No, you, potato, no you. Suck on that, potato. Thanks for the £2. How did you end up here? Good question. I don't know. Why are you giving me money? That's the real question. Not how did you end up here? It's, you don't have to pay to leave. If you want to go do something else, you can do that. Thanks for the $2 super chat, YouTubers. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the $2 super chat? He is rarely jealous and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is a friendly individual, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he's grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors, and finds himself hopeful about the future. He often lowers his eyes when he's thinking, and when he gets excited, he often starts talking to himself. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Yeah, doesn't really care about anything anymore. Says it on the tin. Yeah, needs alcohol to get through the working day. And it's not because they're alcoholics. Like, dwarves are 85% alcohol. If humans are like 70% water, dwarves have more alcohol in them than humans have water in them. It's like not letting a dwarf have a pickaxe. Come on. It's like never being allowed to pet the dog. Even if you don't want to. It's making a dwarf not drink alcohol. Although it is a weird challenge to try once, I will say that. He personally strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Sees freedom and independence as completely worthless and doesn't care about leisure or about nature one way or another. Although, actually, now that I think about it, the last no alcohol fort that I did was actually just a zombie fort. And at a point, I just stopped brewing alcohol because literally every dwarf in the fort was dead. And the few that weren't were going to be very soon, so, you know, it all kind of came out in the wash after a while. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally likes garnerite and silver and blue garnet, as well as the color heliotrope. Floodgates and ducks for their quacks and cougar men for their cunning, and when possible prefers to consume cave dragon, ooh, fancy, and anchovy. Wine, not anchovy wine, anchovy and wine, two separate things. And longland flower, and absolutely hates snails. I mean, they can try, it just won't be all that effective. Hand of Fate. Yes, thanks for the 10-pack. It's very kind of you. I think yesterday in total we got like 30 subs, so we're almost there. Appreciate you. Your dwarfs are enjoying life thanks to my beginner tutorials and the mist generator in your town. Mist generator is very much a crutch. It's definitely a way to like speed up the process of keeping things happy. But you'll also make it'll make it harder to spot problems in your fort. So I will say like limit the usage of them because they're not necessary, but they are certainly a helpful way to help you learn the game. Also an easy way to like learn how pumps work. Because mist generators are one of the more complicated things to make with pumps. He has a broad body made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. He has a very long beard, which is braided, and his sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. For family, he's just got a whole bunch of friends, and he worships Aino Sotathod Shapasa Darlu, which is which one? Ah, yes, the god of rain. Welcome to the fort. Because of course. So this fortress is under the ocean. We haven't actually been invaded yet because we're very far away from everything. We did recently get a barony. Finally. That took forever. I am expecting to get attacked at some point, but it is actually a little odd that it hasn't happened yet. They must just be like completely busy with all of the humans that are close by, the goblins. So we haven't been invaded. Not that I'm necessarily complaining because I want to invade the underworld. I want to go for hell. So I'm kind of just happy about the lack of invasions. If we do get invaded, though, the first few I can probably just drown. So that's kind of the plan, is the first few I'm just going to send to Gurgle Town and wish them lucks. And that's more or less it. As for my dwarves themselves, they live in here. This is my humble home. It is a multi-layered thingy of circles, and I need to figure out somewhere to put my Baron. They're going to live over here, I think. Probably in this hallway. I'll build a room for them. But generally, moods are pretty good. We've got a decent-sized military that's decently kitted out in steel gear. And for the most part, I should update those. For the most part, the dwarves are pretty happy with their lives. I'm seeing a dwarf that isn't even equipped. What's going on? You right there. What's going on with you? Oh, maybe you are equipped. You just have a big cloak on. Yep, you are equipped. You just have a big cloak on. So that is the fort currently. My furniture stockpile is ugly. I learned today that ballista arrows have sprites now, or ballista arrowheads rather have sprites now, which is actually kind of good to know. And this is where we're farming down here, which is, they seem like very large stockpiles, but it's actually just very seasonal. Like this is the only time of year where it's like super big because only summer and fall do all of the crops get planted, and they're all separate crops. So down here is where we are digging out our marble for steel creation. And if I go further down, all of the caverns are currently sealed off right now, so I don't actually have access to any of them. If I go further down, this is where we are digging into the adamantine. I currently actually need to get some water down in here because there is a whole, well, not a whole bunch. 1, 2, 3 diamonds down here burning. So we need to put those out. I did torch a dwarf down here, and I'm not sure who it was. So that part kind of sucks, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta break some eggs to make egginade. Yeah, lemonade. I'm gonna dig down into there just so that I can have access to that. But that's currently where the fort is at. If anybody has questions, yell at me and I'll probably miss them because I'm tired. But if I see them, I will do my best to answer. And that's kind of where we're at. Something just popped up as dead. Probably that dwarf that set themselves on fire at the end of the stream. Haha, I was correct. Endok has been missing for a week. I wonder why. Flicker free. The armorer has given birth to a boy. I think I have slabs, so let's find out. Fuck if I know. I could probably tell you that if I was not in this kind of state. I'm in Dwarf Fort mode. I could probably tell you what the capital of this faction is if I looked at a map and hovered over it and read it. Babylon D's nuts. Small bean lad. You play Dwarf Minesweeper? No, but I do play Minesweeper sometimes. You just started a fort on a volcano. The only things living there are a few weasels. At least they're not giant honey badgers. I've seen the gods must be crazy. I know how long they bite for. Dwarven washing machine still useful? Everything like that is still useful in certain situations. Like if you have really, really corrosive, like Forgotten Beast blood everywhere, you obviously don't want dwarves tracking it around. Do skills even matter? Yes. Can I just make a dwarf study wherever I want? Yes. No, Dwarf Fortress isn't complicated. It's open, right? Like it's not strict about its mechanics. Like dwarves don't really study outside of like libraries. Do you need an office for a manager? Sure. If you have more than 20 dwarves, they do need a chair and a table assigned to them. Does it need to be in a room? Sure, you can do that. Does it need to be out? Could it be out in the open? Sure, as long as it's under a roof so you can build the table. But dwarves don't really need to study. I mean, heck, you don't even need a manager. You don't even need a bookkeeper. You don't even need to assign any of these. You could. Do I need to give this noble all of the bedrooms that they want? No. Will I? Yeah, because I would like them to be happy and do their job properly. Like, Dwarf Fortress is an easy game, but it's complicated. Like, Radbug said. Well, rather, I like to describe it as obtuse. It's not hard, it's obtuse. But, like, if I look at this dwarf's clothing as an example of skills, this dwarf has an alpaca wool shirt. This alpaca wool shirt is made from alpaca wool cloth. The thread is slate gray with a mixture of dimple dye and bilberry dye, and it's coated with water. But it's nothing remarkable. If I go into a dwarf's personality who's been here for a while and look at their clothing, these have the little lines next to them, and these shoes have X's. This one has this little symbol here. Now, these symbols mean things. This is an exceptional sheep's wool right glove, meaning it was made by a dwarf with higher skills. If it's high enough quality, it'll even say which dwarf made it. This is a mixture of dimple dye, and its thread is silver with a mixture of dimple dye and cherry bark dye. If I go to their other clothing, they have this cloak on. This cloak is also exceptional, but this is the higher quality version of that and is made from masterful pigtail cloth woven by Udib Iztabelis, meaning this is a, like, top quality shirt made by a dwarf with much higher skills. And a dwarf will be happy if they acquire higher value items. It's higher value for trading. In some cases, they're sturdier. So yes. Is it? No, it's just woven cloth. So do skills matter? Yes. Yes, they do. They especially matter in, like, crafting items of more importance.
Cheese for everyone!
They don't actually matter for cheese, aside from the speed of which at which they can make the cheese, but they won't make higher quality cheese if they're higher in cheese making skills. Sorry, but you said it, not me. I'm short on miners, so I'm making my peasants miners. A lot of tasks are faster / slower, depending on the skill, as well. So things like, you know, siege operators will be more accurate if they have higher skills. Oh, right. I'm actually going to lock this door in. Because this dwarf I may or may not have killed previously, and I would like that dwarf to die. I also need to go down to the lowest. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. This is where I would like to go. I'd like to just double check to make sure that I don't have bodies that need to be buried outside of that one that I just memorialized. I do not. Excellent. What about cheese damage? Anything falling at... I know that that's a joke question, Radbug, but anything falling at terminal velocity, if it hits an unarmed head, will kill it. So, like, a sock falling at terminal velocity will kill the thing that it lands on. I don't know what you're going to do with that information, but you're welcome. Also, everything in Dwarf Fortress is flat. It's kind of like Paper Mario in that way. So you can have 999 dragons in one tile as long as 998 of them are lying down. Yeah, miscellaneous item is a skill, and a shield is a miscellaneous item. Although, chat, let's not confuse our new friends with the like distinctions between like bins, boxes, bags, and chests. And let's also not confuse them with the difference between a door and a portal, or a tube and a pipe. Oh, I actually lost 2 dwarves, apparently. 2, not 1, in fact. Slab. Cool block. Cool. We did get the other one done. Just gonna make an extra slab so that I don't need to make more. Hotkey down to layer minus 90. Was Googling to find out where... Oh yeah, also don't use like LLMs to learn Dwarf Fort. If you're gonna try to learn Dwarf Fort, go to the wiki and go to the most recent version, because LLMs don't understand the differences between the different versions of the wiki. Because like the way the wiki works for Dwarf Fort is... unless you specify version number, then maybe it'll be useful. I don't know. I find those things to be nonsense. The way the Dwarf Fortress wiki works is it specifies what version of the game you're playing. So by default, it should land you on the most recent version. But if you Google search wiki pages, a lot of the times it'll land you on version 47 or 34 or 31, depending on which page is linked to the most. And some of these pages are linked on very old forums and have had a lot of traffic over the years. So you're not always going to land on the most recent version. So just make sure that you click on this button up here and have the green UX. Otherwise, you're on an older version. Agent number 1, thanks for the raid. Stop. Literally just like ask a person or just like query the wiki and you'll have much more luck. Thanks for the raid, man. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Agent? What were you up to today? Also, mods, can I get a shout out for Agent number 1? Appreciate it. As long as it's 6. Oh! Yeah, I've been itching to get back into that. Songs of Six is a neat thing. One of these days, I hope it'll grab me as much as Dwarfs can. You should come back to Dwarves. It's in a pretty good spot these days. The siege stuff has made it real interesting, let me tell you. Did I trade? Yes. No, I didn't. Just gonna bring a bunch of clothing over. Cheers, Zero. Thanks for being around to get a gift. How's the underworld invasion going? Slow and steady. We were chipping away at adamantine. May have to. You've been craving those good sieges. They are a challenge, like, even for me. So you do have to kind of go in with that as like a note or a mental note, I suppose. And our precious clusters. Yeah. No, I would say that we are definitely digging into the fun tube. So by that definition, yes, we are working our way down towards the underworld, one brick at a time. YouTube chat's asking if I'm playing Dwarf Fortress Minesweeper, which I guess is like, you know, digging into the fun tube. Imagine proper armies are more important than ever. Honestly, like, I don't know how much you've seen of like the new siege stuff, Agent, but the scariest thing about the new armies, like, isn't the fact that they can break your walls or build over them or bring rams to knock your gates down. The scariest part about the new armies is that they bring higher skilled soldiers with better gear. Like, quite literally, it's like if you're used to having like medium tier soldiers and then you get like a pretty strong goblin army, they'll just have like swords masters and just like demolish you. I'm actually just gonna buy literally everything that they brought. Yeah. Trade done. Perfect. They'll bring platoon. Yeah, I've absolutely had, like, the goblins bring better soldiers than my soldiers. More than once. There was one army that I fought shortly after the siege update that had, it was a human army, human faction aligned army. And they had a whole platoon of Wolverine men that were swords masters. And, oh boy, like, there was, like, kind of an AI bug at the time. Like, their pathing was a little fucky, and they just kind of got stuck in a tree. Basically, like, that first week that the patch was out, they didn't understand the difference between a wall and a tree. And sometimes they would just, like, build a stairway up into a tree and just, like, hang out in the tree. Which, honestly, I thought was a genius strat, and it kind of destroyed me. Like, they just kind of hung out in that tree and would just, like, hack the head off of any dwarf that ran by, and they killed, like, a dozen dwarves before I was able to, like, finally get through them. It was hellish to deal with. I mean, we did, but it was still hellish. Which, honestly, I would say working as intended, I guess. Okay, so this I need to get rid of. I'm actually going to be a little bit more cautious than I've been. Drop bear's waiting for an ambush. So you got bubbed? Is that a thing that Wolverine says in X-Men? I'm not, like, a comic person at all. I mean, I've seen some of the Marvel movies, but if that's something that Wolverine says, then yes, I guess. Just trying to clean all this stuff out. You also like that they mix ambushes into actual sieges now, not just one or the other. Well, it used to be like faction specific, right? So like humans and dwarves would usually hang back and like not actually invade you and wait for you to come out to them. Elves would ambush and goblins would just charge. And same with zombies. And now like yeah, they all kind of do mixes of all three, but are still what it seems like from what I've seen is that they're still more likely to do one or the other depending on what faction they're part of. But yeah, the combinations is pretty wild. Hey, Rat, what's up? I think the dwarf should be able to make Vegemite. I'm sure that would be a very easy thing to mod in. I'm just gonna let this dwarf mod the chat too, and I'm gonna go take a piss.
Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Yeah, devilish is definitely the one that keeps everybody sound audio commanded upted. And also, hey, some otters, sup. While we're in the ad break here, Friday this week at 10 a.m. Pacific, Tarn, who's the founder of Bay 12 Games and, programmer of Dwarf Fortress, is going to be hanging out with us for a chunk of time here on stream. If you would like to send in a question to potentially be asked by Tarn, or to be potentially asked by me of Tarn, or whatever, in Twitch chat, type an !interview, and you'll get a link to the questions forum. And on the YouTube stream, I think it's in the description. Otherwise, it's in the community posts. So if you think of something, you have basically until tomorrow night to ask. It's also the most recent thing I posted in the announcements on Discord. Looking forward to it. Should be fun. Hopefully I get more sleep than I did last night, because that was brutal, if I'm being honest. Absolutely frickin' brutal. You have to use your powers for good? Yeah. I mean, hey, you have the right to use them, so might as well use them. Yeah, for those of you who weren't here earlier, we had kind of a crazy storm last night, and I know that it must have been a crazy storm when I turned the stream on and audience members from Seattle was like, so that's storm, eh? Although that would be very Canadian of them to say that. Or like when I wake up at 6 in the morning after dozing for like 30 minutes and then give up trying to sleep and then look at my phone and see a DM on Discord from a friend of mine from the mainland. He goes, hey, are you okay? Like completely unprompted, like just random wellness check from somebody I haven't talked to in like several years. Kind of crazy. It was silly. Yeah, we had a mini hurricane. Minus the part where those tend to happen in tropical paradises. For another forgotten beast I'm probably going to ignore. This is Yonali, which is a gigantic crow. It has 2 long, straight horns, and it is ravening. Its yellow-green feathers are long and broad. Beware its fire. We will probably fight these all eventually, but for the minute, that is not a crow game. You need more sprites. Unless it's a crow twisted into humanoid form, which I... Nope, that's That ain't no crow. Maybe his name's Russell. Anyway. I'm just gonna keep digging. They can't get to me, so. And we have more on the way too. Yeah, hopefully my power doesn't go out again, because that was a bit annoying, but like stream today almost didn't happen. Like if my power went out, I probably wouldn't be live right now. Or if my power was still out, I absolutely wouldn't be live right now because I would have no power. Okay, so now that I've done that, I'm gonna dig to there. Actually, I'm gonna, and then I'm just going to channel down once this is dug through. Okay. So apparently there's water on the other side of this, so I'm actually just going to dig through this instead. And let's see what we get. Nope, nope, nothing. Right. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's because there's water actually up above. Down here, I'm going to go pit pond. Just got the dwarves digging into here. Or dumping buckets of water into there. I'm going to dig 2 more on the side here. And go pit pond as well. I got to do another one up here. So let's go over to this. Dig vertically down into that. Spare man just joined your fort. Oh shit, yeah. Why is the rum gone? I'm gonna have to make him into a brewer. Or a pirate burb. Give him a scimitar if you can find one. What was the other... So, I don't know if everybody has this automatic association in their head. And I realize I have some strange automatic associations in my head that are different than most people's. When people talk about Jack Sparrow, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Like the character. What is the like the first quote or line or saying or thing that comes to mind when someone says the words Jack Sparrow? What do you think of? Jar of Dirt? Okay. Which is funny because that's one of the worst movies. Well, maybe not the worst one. Why is the wrong one? Fair. Worst pirate ever? Oh well. All right. Not the one and only Captain Jack Sparrow. So for me, I think about the Lonely Island song. That is the first thing that comes to mind. Is like over-the-top goofball ballad where a guy's going, Jack Sparrow! Is literally what comes to mind. I don't know why. Like, then after that, it's probably Why Is the Rum Gone? It's that song, followed by Why Is the Rum Gone? Why is the rum gone? And this is why you will learn to fear the name Captain Jackthwack. Yep. Same guy, Michael Bolton? Oh, absolutely. Some guy, damn right. I just couldn't remember his name, but... Michael Bolton, Lonely Island. I also haven't listened to that song in a very long... I think I've actually rewatched the original, like, Pirates of the Caribbean movie more recently than I've heard that song. So, for whatever that's worth. Okay, so I'm going to turn both these on. Hello, Puppet. Is also, yeah. Well, I mean, that's just Pirates of the Caribbean in general, is Hello, Puppet. God damn, that first movie is so freaking good. And the rest of those movies go downhill so quick. You know, I think I've seen the first 4 of those movies. And unironically, I think I can say that I like the 4th one more than the 2nd and 3rd ones. Like, that 4th movie is a more watchable movie than the 2nd and 3rd. Just my take, of course, but... They made 4? They may have, I think they've made 5, actually. I'd need to go look. But they've made kind of a lot of those movies. How safe do I want to be? The answer is actually kind of safe. The search for more money? You mean Pirates of the Caribbean 6, the quest to pay the shareholders. So we do also have some god metal. I've got pock metal and ruddy metal. I need to check if I have anything else I can melt down. Yeah, no, they're all named, so... Sure, I know that's a Spaceballs reference, but I'm just adding on additional bullshittery things. Spaceballs, a movie that I probably should like, but somehow don't. That's all that Spaceballs is. Spaceballs is. Devilish. It's like saying that's a JoJo reference. It's like, well, yeah, duh. It's like everything's a JoJo reference because JoJo has been around for too long, has nothing creative or unique to add to society, and instead just accidentally and like tells people good music exists. And the rest of us are like, yeah, I've been listening to Yes most of my life because my parents had good taste in music, which is why I knew that Yes existed before everybody informed me that it was a JoJo reference. It's like everything's been on The Simpsons. True, actually. You know, I think that's a Simpsons reference is probably like just the Western equivalent of that, actually, now that I think about it for more than a couple seconds. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, the fourth Pirates of the Caribbean movie is a bit more of a... I would actually say that the fourth Pirates of the Caribbean movie is the best Indiana Jones movie that they've made since the third Indiana Jones movie. It is literally just like the quest for like the Fountain of Youth is like the whole movie. And they like literally just adventure. They find a map. They go on an adventure. Half the characters from the other movies aren't in it. It's mostly just Jack. And it's like him just trying to find what the Fountain of Youth. Like, I don't know. Like that movie's actually like kind of chill. I don't know. I like that movie. I need a bridge I can close up here. Unless that was the fifth. I don't think I saw the fifth. I think I've only seen up till 4. So Little Mermaid is your favorite movie then? Kylon, Arinya. You like to be under the sea. Blackbeard was the 4th? Didn't see that one. Maybe I just saw the 5th then. Because I don't remember Blackbeard. I don't know. It stops mattering at a point. I'm just going to jump up to... Where am I looking? Forgetting my hotkeys. That's what I'm going. I'm going to go over to... you. Let's see what we got. This is operated by my most skilled gem cutter here. And something I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just say, cut gems. And I'm just gonna say if there's more than, if the amount of rough gems is greater than 10. But here, I'm just gonna go to rough gems. No, not you. I'm gonna go to here. Is this the one that takes rough gems, or are all these just cut gems? I'm actually gonna change this to just rough gems. Actually, no, specifically just rough diamonds. And sapphires, I guess. Sapphires and rubies. And you are going to take items from down here. So that they sort them into there. And I keep losing my spot. This is what happens when I'm streaming when I'm tired. And then you only take from this stockpile. That's how we're gonna do that. Oh, and emeralds. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right about the star sapphires. And rubies. All right. You're managing work orders. That's fine. Making clothing, pasturing stuff, listening to music, meetings, lots of meetings. Lots of storing pit. Oh, no, actually, I've got a bunch of furniture I gotta build, I think. Yep. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to get a bunch of this stuff up here smoothed. And I'm actually going to go down, go up over here. And I'm going to start making a space for my Baron. And by making a space for my Baron, I mean I'm going to go over here, I'm going to go game, I'm going to go enable this setting because I still haven't told DFHack to stop disabling it, which is annoying, but, you know, c'est la vie. And then I'm going to go over here. And I didn't even enable the right setting. What the heck did I enable that? That's what I wanted. All right, now we go 1, 2. Let's go over to here. Let's do this party number 3, actually. Dig out a chunk of that. Let's just do a little bit of this. I'm just gonna give myself some space to dig here. Or some space to build, I guess. Because this is gonna be noble stuff. The 5th was the one where he kept muttering Jack Sparrow in a creepy way. And then the rest of the series, Matty Hood. By the way, it's good to see you. The rest of the series, I presume, was just Jack Sparrow's court case. Oi. Because that's the last time I've really heard people talk about anybody from that movie, really. I don't even know what. Okay, actual question. What the hell is Orlando Bloom up to these days? Speaking of people that, like, I haven't heard of doing anything in a minute. I guess just like living off of that Lord of the Rings money and Pirates of the Caribbean money, I presume. Legitimate noble office stuff. I want to make that dwarf happy. I quite like that dwarf, actually. I almost never do the accident thing. It's pretty rare that I do the accident thing, unless I'm like explicitly playing a bad guy fort, or like have beef with that noble, which is actually pretty rare. Generally, I just satisfy the noble and move on, because I actually find that to be less annoying. Because if you just kill the noble, a new one just shows up eventually anyway. My noble's actually burrowed in the upper half of the fort, so it would actually be pretty hard for that noble to die. I'm sorry, what? Roses are red? What was he doing in a Billie Okay, hold on. Is that a documentary? What is that? This Billie Eilish thing that you're talking about. Cause, huh? I mean, I guess that's where the money's at, so I can't really blame him. I'm just trying to, like, get this area more segmented. But if they're nice engravings, the noble will learn to appreciate them anyway. Elliot Cougar. I mean, you're also a well-trained ferret, which is an oxymoron and a red flag, because being a ferret is a red flag, in my opinion, because anybody who owns a ferret is probably also somebody with ferret poop in their sofa, and I don't associate with people with ferret poop in their sofa. So I would expect that you would kill half your dwarves. I mean, I killed a dwarf because they were committing crimes. But, you know, you do you. We all have our own play styles. And ferret poop and sofa styles. I like to have a clean sofa. If a noble makes demands and there's no one left to hear it, is that still a demand? I mean, we talked about noble demands earlier. They're stupidly easy to satisfy unless they're like multiple steps. But I digress. I don't actually know if anybody like clipped it. I did ask chat to clip it. You know, it's funny. The number of times recently where like multiple things have happened or I've said things where someone in chat says, clip that, and nobody clips it. Like, I'd say more often than not now, I end stream and nobody has clipped anything. I think it's kind of wild. It's like back in the day when I used to have to just clip my own stuff, and now I'm back to doing that again. Half the time I'm up in here just like clipping things like nobody's watching. It's wild. It's wild times, man. Where is this floor in the fort? It's one layer below the main, like, bedroom-y layer. It's, like, beneath my crafting layer. Here, I'll show you. I realize I'm using a lot of hotkeys right now. I try not to use hotkeys. It's kind of funny, like, when I don't use hotkeys, chat asks me why I don't use hotkeys, and then when I use hotkeys, chat's like, I'm lost! So, that's why I don't use hotkeys a lot of the time. This is kind of like the main, like, entertainment layer. It's where all the temples and tavern is. This is like kind of the upper bedroomy layer with like a centralized guild hall. This is the main like crafting area slash bedroom area, and then this is the farming area. So it's like one beneath this layer. You don't know how to clip? You're a boomer? There are boomers that stream on that. My mom has clipped my stream before. I don't know if she's done it intentionally, but she does have a Twitch account. And every now and again, I will see a clip from my mom. So, I don't know about you, but like, don't insult your own intelligence. Be better than that. Yuvesh, what military squad do you in? Turquoise. You hate your job, so get out. You're fired. I will replace you with somebody else. For a while. Zulban, you also hate your job, right? I don't really want super pissy dwarves in the military. That almost never ends well. This dwarf. Also in the turquoise, missed him. Ghost, you get in there. Okay, you get in there. Let's throw that peasant in there. What, chat? This kind of sus? Oh, trust me, no kobolds would get through the front door. I don't know why I say kobolds. Kobolds would get through the front door. Also, that being said, I haven't seen a single kobold in this fort yet. Maybe it's because they're all just in my chat. That's actually probably the case. All right, let's peek behind these. Let's also go back up to here. And I'm going to throw in you. I'm gonna jump back up to here, and I'm gonna throw in one of you. Kobold? Kobold? Kobold, yeah. Cobalt. Dwarf beard with metalsmith. I basically just have armor smiths, but I'm assuming armor smith is fine. Salicon? What would that be? Crafting error? You're gonna have to read the whole error. I don't think I've ever just seen crafting error before. Is it possible to weaponize miasma? Outside of making your own dwarves go nuts? No. Like, they'll annoy the it'll annoy the goblins, but you can't weaponize it. Okay, I'm just gonna finish this so I don't forget, and then I'll name your dwarf. Salicon. But no, you cannot weaponize miasma, YouTube chat. Just Salicon's fine? Sure, can do. I think I've put the XD in your name before. Yeah, no, I just want to do this bridge now so I don't forget. Because this is pretty mission critical here. Pretty mission critical. But also, Kylon, don't feel need to take the blame when you say that you're just too lazy and don't want to clip. That's fine. It's just funny when I see people in chat that are just like, somebody clip that, and then literally nobody does. It's like, well, like, chat's allowed to like help me do my job a little bit. All that happens when nobody clips anything during a stream is after the stream I have to spend 30 minutes going through the VOD and like going to all the different places that I highlight, because I do like put a marker down whenever there's something I want to clip, because I presume nobody in chat's gonna clip it, and then I clip it after the fact. Like, you guys could like save me so much time. No, this fort has not been sieged. We've had like 40 forgotten beasts though. Black Sun, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. We are very far away from all the enemies, and there's a whole human faction that we're allied with between us and the goblins, so it kind of doesn't surprise me too much, but it is surprising me a little bit. The XD is like implying that you are like the expanded edition of a fighting game, is how I read it, Salicon. Grumble. Here. I will just give you, you wanted a metalsmith. I do actually have a metalsmith right here. Happy to. Salicon is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his XDism. His sadism. He is a friendly individual, and that... Okay. He is a friendly individual, allegedly, and he has little interest in joking around. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and often feels discouraged. He doesn't handle stress well, and he tries to do things correctly each time, occasionally overindulges, and is quick to form negative views about things. And he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is quite polite. He is troubled by this since his natural tendency in himself finds more dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. When greeting others, he always smiles nervously. This is like the cackling assistant next to the Baron. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Values hard work and values loyalty and doesn't care about art one way or another and doesn't care about family one way or another. Wouldn't expanded edition be EE? I mean, I don't know. I've seen like expanded editions of fighting games be like a bunch of nonsensical characters, numbers, and hyphens, and X's and ats and plus symbols. I'm looking at you, Melty Blood, so probably. But fighting games don't make sense, especially anime fighters. And I was kind of going in an anime fighter direction. There's probably like a fighting game that's an XD, right? That has to exist. Serious question. Putting all or most important dwarves in civilian squads and constantly on free time so that they are all armed and armored in leather just in case. What do you think? That can cause them to not pick up gear. By gear, I mean new clothing, and they will want to acquire items. So as long as you cycle them occasionally, yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't put them on permanently, though. I would, like, schedule them to take off and put on their armor occasionally. But that's about it. I mean, you can do that. I mean, I don't generally do that. I had a fort recently where literally every single dwarf in the fort was in a Marksdwarf squad, with the exception of the miners. Who were in their own squads with picks. And then eventually I deleted the squads with the picks because that got tedious to manage. Yeah, every single dwarf in that entire fortress was walking around with a crossbow, aside from like mission critical dwarves that needed uniforms. And that was totally fine. Like, you can get by. Just occasionally cycle them out so that they can get new clothing. Because otherwise they won't equip clothes. Or new clothes, and their clothes will get old and rotty, and they'll get annoyed. Burn the human village down? No, I'm going for adamantine. God damn it. I'm given an opportunity of time, and I'm going to take it, damn it. He personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds people who tell me to invade the humans disgusting. Yes. They're our allies. Thank you very much. And values hard work and values loyalty and doesn't care about art one way or another. And doesn't care about family one way or another. Where's that part I'm looking for? He likes petrified wood, red flash opal, ice wolf leather, low boots, donkeys for their stubbornness, and ratweed for their hanging leaves. My nose is running a little bit. It's annoying. The words of the satiny scribe and the sound of the drum of trumpets. Impossible prefers to consume wheat flour and eggplant seeds, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Eggplant seed has to be a euphemism for something. Anyway, he's got several friends in the fort, and he's a member of the Coven of Squids, the god of rain. Welcome to the fort. We're in an ad break. I'm gonna go blow my nose. Give me 2 seconds, chat. Watch me getting sleep deprived. It's gonna end with me getting sick again. Really hope it's just I was up all night. Somebody clip that. You know, it's ironic. Me complaining about chat not clipping things and me having to do a bunch of extra work to go clip things is the most commonly clipped thing on this stream these days. You guys make me sad. But it's okay. You pay me to be sad, so I will tolerate it. Up here, we're working on space for Z Noble. Funk. What do I got? I think I got a lot of granite, right? Yeah, I do. This is what we'll work with. Okay, let's do that. And that. Just gonna go up to here real quick and grab this so I can erase colors that I don't want and areas that I don't want. I realize I got 2. One of those is gonna be a window. Let's do a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And so we did granite for the outside chunk. Let's do some of this. And then the rest of this can be... It's 28 blocks. What do I have 28 of? Exterior tile. There we go. See how that looks in a couple minutes. Romanoid, how you doing? It's good to see you. I don't actually mind going through and clipping stuff, but like, it would be nice if when, like, chat said clip that at the very least, you guys clipped it. It would be nice, but what can I say? Aside from, you guys could save me a lot of work, but you don't. And, okay. Not much else I can really do. Bridge is almost done. 5 days? Man, and I was annoyed after 4 hours. My power went out this morning because we had a big-ass windstorm last night. Romanoid. And, I was worried I was going to miss stream today, so... But thankfully it came on 30 minutes before I turned the stream on, so we're all good. But that sucks. And now it's gone again. That sucks, dude. Hopefully you get your power back soon. Sooner than later. I guess to this point, old dad. Mate, I've been doing this for 12 years. I've earned it. Clipping didn't exist. Do you guys remember... Oh, shit. It was something shot. Clip shot? No. There was a third-party... One-shot? No. There was a third-party app at one point for Twitch that would clip the VOD. And now I'm trying to remember the name of it. The Etten Solaris Daisledier has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. Okay. Where is it? The Brilliant Oracle. I kinda doubt my dwarves will even be outside. So I'm just gonna go tell all these squads to go stand here. And just wait. Do you have anything equipped, Critter? You do. What's that? It's an onyx opal bracelet, craftsmanship's of the highest quality. It is decorated with goose bone and horay marmot bone. Must have been a member of chat with the goose bone. Didn't like that goose very much. Made a trophy out of its murder. And a horay marmot bone. Honestly, I feel like an ant today. I feel like I've got 2 heads talking to myself. And encircled with bands of iron and giant bat tooth. Had to throw a cable out of his 14th floor apartment to charge up a battery with a gasoline generator. My God. You like had to pull a Rapunzel, but with like extension cable. Hey chat, can I get a round of beers? Good luck for these dwarves to fight the Seton. I'm sure it'll die before we even see it. Winner gets to keep the bracelet, maybe. That was what, diary? Yep. Cue that up after this guy leaves. Uh-oh. Hey, kiddo. Run away. All right, well, keep running. So he's whacking him with the bracelet, which didn't do much, because he's wielding the brace, or the Etten here is wielding the bracelet. Kid over here is tiring him out. Also, you got kids. Oh my God, I killed your daughter. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Courage Flutes. Ugh, that's so sad. I understand, it's vengeance. Well, you leave us no choice. Chat, question. This Etten has 2 heads. Would that be I killed her daughter? Or daughters? I'm not well versed in the lifelong talents of Etten culture. I killed her daughters. Anyway, speaking of beneath her, is Voltok the Spearmaster, who's never killed anything before and is excited to test his skills, stabs the Etten in the lower body with his steel spear, tearing the guts, lodging the spear in the wound, and punching the Etten in the right upper arm with his left hand, bruising the muscle, bending the shoulder. The Etten misses. The Etten leaps at the Spearmaster. Spearmaster dodges out of the way. We also have Iffy Spiffy, who is actually wielding Akusmarbagostoma, which is a singing metal whip. I don't know what song it sings, but I like to think it's going, I believe in a thing called love, and just whap, while he's doing the whole thwacking. The creature's bleeding a lot. My dwarf isn't, although the blood is beneath the dwarf, so it's bleeding a lot, if you believe it. The Etten gets lashed and stabbed once more. The Etten misses, and the Spearmaster stabs the Etten. And as for the fighting itself, well, I mean, the Etten's lying down, vomiting, nauseous, bleeding profusely, drops the bracelet, and, holy shit, did they get kill stole? Okay, no. The brilliant Oracle was downed by Vatok. And, did you get that shot in there? Flying Theropod Demon Bolt strikes the Etten in the hand. Okay, did hit them in the hand and did hit them in the arm. And, well done, Vatok. No, you don't get to keep the bracelet, I lied. Let the bodies hit the floor. They're singing the YouTube national anthem? Those of us people who've been on the internet for too long actually remember when that was a running joke. Although it was always either, let the bodies hit the floor, or it was, alternatively, 009 sound system Dreamscape. It was always one of the two. Glimdark or Grimblurk would identify as two individuals. What do Ettins or ogres even do? Think of... or even think of the two headers. I don't know. I've always imagined one of them drives, the other one's just along for the ride. You know, it's like having like a guardian angel or like a little devil on your shoulder. It's like one of them's driving and then the other one's just like, hey, you see that child? You should punch it. It's like the other one's just like causing problems. One head dumb. It's like one head does all our reading and then the other one does all the thwacking. I don't know, actually. I mean, I've never really thought about Ettins too much. I really need to be sleep deprived and hopped up on energy drinks to really think about, like, how an Ettin would actually function. Which I am right now, if you can tell. You're doing it wrong. What? Is that what the other head's saying? We invading the circus today? I'm just poking the edges of adamantine. I'm just being cautious and slow about it. But that is the plan. That is the hope. The only reason I'm being cautious and slow about it, though, is I'm still setting up the area in which I would like to shoot at hell from. So we are, or shoot at whatever comes out from. It's actually more what I should say. I'm slowly assembling and adding bolt throwers to the mix. Preparing the invasion? Sure, you could say that. I'm also going to hack down a few trees, which is kind of sucky because, like, hauling stuff in from the outside is tough, but tough on the dwarves at the very least. Do I even have a woodcutter at the moment? I do! Later my woodcutter. But yes, mostly preparing for the invasion at the moment. Suicide with extra steps? It depends on how it goes. I wonder, so there was a suspected bug with Hell not too long ago, where apparently, or supposed bug, we're not entirely positive if it was whether or not this is a bug. I think it probably is. Where supposedly the hordes of the underworld are not entirely friendly with each other at the moment. So I'm really curious if they're just gonna fucking murder each other, because somebody on my Discord broke into Hell and half of the demons just like murked each other before even exiting. So I'm really curious to see if anything like that happens. So if that's the case, that'll be really curious to witness. Siege engines mostly, or is there other fun stuff involved? I mean, I've got 5 squads that are all pretty talented with various weapons and such. So there's that. And aside from the squads, some other Forgotten Beast I'm just going to ignore. Aside from the squads, I've got, you know, the siege engines. But really what I want to see is I want to see just how effective the siege engines will be against the underworld hordes. Now, I'm going to make sure real quick that I'm not storing adamantine anywhere. Don't want raw adamantine there. And don't want any metal cloth. Let's go back all the way down to here. I'm going to make an adamantine processing unit. What do I expect to happen? I don't know. I mean, I've had a couple of angels and things come flocking out from the underworld with, for all intents and purposes, kind of mixed success. So we'll see. I'm curious. I mean, we'll find out. Okay, so the underworld works exactly the same way as the caverns, works exactly the same way as the surface. Lolotop. Everything is limited, but everything repopulates, assuming there's enough population to still repopulate. The underworld is exactly the same as the surface. The thing is, when you break into the underworld, there's the, spoilers by the way, that initial, like, dig too deeply rush. Once that's over, that's over. But those creatures populate the underworld. And you know how on the surface stuff wanders in and out of the map occasionally? Periodically, they'll just do that. And they act like any normal wildlife would, presuming that there's population in the area to populate it. So it might get quiet for a while, might be busy, might be very empty, might be very, very dead. It highly depends. So they're not effectively unlimited. They are effectively identical to the way any underground region in Dwarf Fortress works, or any above ground region in Dwarf Fortress works. I'm not really sure where the, like, unlimited thing came from, because, like, the only things that were effectively unlimited in Dwarf Fortress were the, like, underground invaders, and those, like, were removed from the game because of that. I'm just trying to be organized, because raw adamantine needs to be extracted, Black Sun, from a specific stockpile, and or rather, using a craft store shop, they need to be extracted, and that job takes a while, and then I want them to immediately be made into wafers, And so I want to organize it so that they don't get like used for thread in my hospital and stuff. Also, I'm ignoring all these forgotten beasts because like all the cavern layers are sealed off, so they can't actually access me anyway. On par with ants. When was the last time you invaded Hell, Lolotov? I mean, there is like 200 of them waiting for you when you hit the basement. In the olden days, they were like, by that I mean like the 2D and the early 3D days. They would just come out of the pools periodically, and those were infinite. But no, it's like any other regional population in Dwarf Fortress. And it's been that way since, like, I guess version 40? Because 34 was the last time that they just emerged out of the pools. Yeah, no, I mean, that was like 10, 12 years ago now? Maybe more than that? When was 40D or 34 finished? It was like 2015, 14? Something like that? Maybe 16? Athel the Woodburner withdraws from society. So they're gonna go make me an artifact of some sort. So, yeah, I don't know. I work under this very simple assumption these days with Dwarf Fort. Everything in Dwarf Fortress has probably changed, if you have to ask. Also, genuine question. Why have you waited so long between going again? I know, my back hurts. You don't have to rub it in, Kylon. Does the game still count the number of bees and ants in the entire world? Why would it stop? Woodburner's making an artifact. And they grab steel bars and run off. Good luck there, Dwarf. That didn't have much gain? Adamantine isn't much gain? I disagree. Pretty wholeheartedly, honestly. Just avoid breaking into hell? Yeah, fair. I guess. I don't know. I find breaking into hell to be a lot of fun. Especially just from like a bragging rights point of view. It's also like one of the easier ways to guarantee a climactic end to a fortress if you're fucking bored of it. Which, you know, happens to the best of us. I need metal thread, which is under cloth. Adamantine strands. I got strands in that. And then I'm going to make a Kraftsdorfsschub. And the Kraftsdorfsschub. And a Kraftsdorfsschub. I'm curious to try again for sure. Yeah, you should. I mean, like I said, it's neat. Siege weapons effectiveness supposedly... I have a question. Did you ever use a siege weapons before the update? Inside BSI? Like, you're asking if they're more or less effective? Okay. They are usable. They are like 100 times more effective. Like, catapults would just fire a boulder and it would go thunk. It was like a long-range, like, stonefall trap. Catapults did effectively nothing before, aside from like train. Ballista were unwieldy and generally did more damage to your own dwarves than anything else. If a dwarf was within 30 tiles of an enemy soldier while operating a siege weapon, they would run away with like without firing most of the time, and never be able to reload it if they could see an enemy. They're usable now. That and they can actually target enemies and aim up and down and left and right within a cone. So they're usable now. I don't think like yes, there are some very specific builds in older versions where you could make them work, but that's like saying, yeah, I could kill you with cotton candy if I had enough of it. And I don't mean like, okay, I could kill you with a caramel bar if I had enough of them. You know? Unless you're allergic to chocolate shit. I could kill you with a fern leaf if I had enough of them. I'm gonna stop it with these metaphors. You know what I'm saying? I could kill you with printer paper if I had enough of it, you know? It's like, most people just step out of the way. You know, thunk. Oh no. Anyways. Basically, like, they were extremely useless unless you, like, gimmicked them into working previously. Like, back in the day, it was easier to weaponize minecarts. I mean, it probably still kind of is. Because those are probably still more effective if you use the old strats, because those old strats were effective. Back in the day, it was more effective and easier and more straightforward to weaponize minecarts. Or alternatively, like, I think the most use I ever actually got out of Ballista back in the day was for chopping down trees. Because there used to be a bug in the game where elves didn't consider Ballista chopped down trees to be chopped down trees. So you could just, like, clear cut a whole forest without pissing off the elves. That's not a thing anymore. I think that's maybe what I used them for the most. All right. You... Which workshop, it'll give items, which stockpile, which it'll take items, take from there. You will take from there, and you will take from there. Or rather, it's like give. I screwed up this last one. Screwed up all of them. That one's not done yet. God forbid. With a long white beard if possible. I may or may not have that. We'll see. Otherwise, I presume you just prefer beard and farmer. Okay. Hold on. 1. 1. Cancel that. 1. Strand. I realize these are going to be canceling, but that's fine. Okay. And then wafer. And we're just going to queue this up daily. Just going to do that for a while. I don't care about the cancellations. Christopher. You wanted a farmer. I don't have any unnamed. Let's see about planters, maybe. Got a herbalist. Oh, there we go. This guy'll do, probably. If this guy works, we'll go with that. I've drank way too much caffeine today. I need to piss again. Also, an ad break's about to run. I'll name this dwarf when I get back. 2 seconds. let's get this dwarf named. Since going on a week-long offline trip for the 24/7 frame, you're gonna set your PC in the snow. We're gonna get back into this game since you're going on a weekend-long offline trip to Michigan between the 25th and 27th and New Year's, and Ma sent you a picture of the snow, and damn, I miss it. Oh, you missed the snow? I was like, wait, what do you mean you're gonna miss it because of this? Like, can you not get there because of the snow or something? That's how I was reading that, but. Herbs are farmable. Math checks out. Yeah, it's still a farmer. All right, so this dwarf here is me today. Is a complete scatterbrain and unable to focus on a single matter for more than a passing moment. Is very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings and is very slow to anger. Dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. Doesn't like the is the water wet discussion, just like me. And easily is moved to mercy. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things and can handle stress and lives a fast-paced life, is trusting and is passive in discussions and tends to consider what others think of him. He tries to keep his things orderly, tenses up when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. How are you doing, Zildy? I slept like crap. Storm kept me up all night last night. Not the X-Men. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He has dense hair, and his nose bridge is convex. He's a deeply recessed chin. His copper eyes and thin irises. You also slept like crap? One of us. Yeah, I slept for maybe, I don't know, 2-3 hours. And then my power went out from like 6 a.m. until like 30 minutes, 45-ish minutes before I started the stream. It was like 8:15 the power came back on. Which was good, but like still resulted in me just being kind of annoyed all night. Because I thought about just getting up at like 6 a.m. because like, well, I'm up anyway, and I'll just go get some work done. And then I was like going to go make coffee, and then the power went out. I was like, God damn it! And what's even better is like the power went out here, and I went and looked at like the power grid where like on the website like where the power was out, and the building across the street had power. Like I was right on the very corner of the outage. Anyway, this dwarf has quite the family in the fortress too, including a younger half-brother, his uncle Vatok the Butcher, and Radbug is his other uncle, the Scholar. His cousin Id lives here. Speaking of Id, do you guys hear that Id Software unionized? It's kind of crazy, actually. And Toasted is his mother. His dad didn't live here. He went away to get some more milk. He never did come back. All right, so we are going to go back down to the underworld. So these are just going to start making metal strands from this raw adamantine. And then these are just going to start making wafers. What am I doing? No public showers. I mean, everybody has a bedroom. We've got copious amounts of crafts made of bones. I've got lots of satisfied guild halls and temples. Nice big tavern. You know, the usual. What are you not doing? Is my question. Bolts nearby that are assigned to squads. That's kind of funny, actually. You just... Oh, I see the game's paused. I'm like, why are you just standing there and not... moving out of the way? That's an impressive mood you got there for your standards. I mean, I'm quite happy with it. I don't know, my forts tend to be pretty happy. You know, like, I'm dealing with criminals when they happen. I get rid of problem dwarves by arresting them usually. Or beating them to death. All my nobles are satisfied. We haven't been invaded much. By that I mean we've only been invaded by forgotten beasts and like mega beasts. So that's probably got something to do with why the moods are so good. They're not normally this good, even for my forts. Like generally, my forts tend to be a bit more pessimistic than this, but yeah, this particular one is doing quite well at the mo. I want to get rid of this lava. I'm a little scared of it. So real quick, this is a crowdfunded stream. I make a living because people throw money at the stream. If you happen to have a Prime subscription, do think about me because it's largely what keeps this channel funded around here, alongside of things like unnamed person in the YouTube chat. That's literally their name. I'm not refusing to name them. Who just gave me $9.99 in the super chat. So thank you for that. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you, mate. Sand Ninja. Hollow. I have a question. Were you on all night? Or did you stream this morning? Because I rated you last night. And holy shit, if that's... I've gotten more crashes this fort than normal, thanks for reminding me to save. I've had 4 crashes this fort, I think. I think there's just some new crashes in the game right now, Yarostov. But mods, if there's anyone lurking, can I get a shout out for Sand Ninja, please? Thank you very much for that. About 11-ish last night? Ah, right. Yes, they did. So YouTube chat points out that they implemented a siege weapons menu. Yes, they did, but that doesn't mean that I use it all the time. I tend to only really use it during combat situations. But, I guess none of my mods are here, so... Boom! There you go. Have a shout out. Master at work. Please don't flatter me, I'm bad at it. Or bad at taking flattery. I'm just a dude on the internet with, like, too much free time. Because I do this for a living. Not enough time to play other video games, maybe. So I actually am realizing something that's actually kind of concerning. I haven't found the Magma Sea. So I'm actually just going to dig vertically down over here. See if I can find the Magma Sea. Because I should probably find that. Because if I don't, there is a non-zero chance I just dig straight into it. And that would be bad. So let's go find the Magma Sea. Hey, Dranos, hello. But you recently got into Dwarf Fortress after 2 years of playing Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, and your videos are a must, even with Cataclysm experience. I mean, complicated game. Knowing how to play a complicated game just means that you have the patience to learn more of them. It doesn't mean that, like, the skills are going to be transferable in any way, shape, or form, right? Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Pause game immediately. Get rid of this. That's blue pick right there. What is this? This is a theropod demon. Was this the one that... Yeah, so this is a very large theropod. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a gaunt appearance. Beware its fire. So now I'm going to use the places screen. You know, places, siege engines, boop! Fire at the wheel! I don't know who Will is, but we'll fire at him. And I'm also going to go here, make sure that this is assigned to everybody, and enable. Chat, I need a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck. Something, something, prime subs. Meanwhile, Athel the Woodburner has created Stonlor Anistemeng, a conical steel helm, and offers it to the Hamagical Jaw of Sharks. Good timing, Smitchell. Hi. Both of those things. Stuff's on fire, and an artifact I can't see. So there is a strange occurrence happening. What's wrong with this picture? So the dwarf's dead. That's the first part. But what's wrong with this picture? Okay, I'll tell you. The demon's on fire. Meaning, it's actually flammable. But he put himself out, so that's unfortunate. And U-Ball's on fire now. Okay, well, those dwarves are going in the correct direction. I'm just going to see if I can pull this lever. I'm also going to take the... Those are the Marks dwarves, right? Yes. I'm going to tell the Marks dwarves to go stand right there. Or not. Man, the timing on this, not so good. Like, one bolt got fired out. It did dribble out some goo. Did it get hit by a bolt? It did. Got hit by several. And also, hold on a second. What? Okay, I misread something. I thought... So... The demon set that first dwarf on fire, burned them to death, right? Set the second dwarf on fire, grabbed their pants, destroyed their pants, ripped off their underwear, and kicked them to death. And then proceeded to run around the edge and drop the underwear. Why? This demon is your cat? Is it now? Nah, Big Fort, Nortram, is the actual issue. Also, I need more drawbridges. Well, here goes nothing. Or mutton. Bolts flying. Ember about to start burning. Dwarf over here. I actually missed it. Let's see if you dodge Amber. Yep, you did. Well done, Amber. This dwarf hasn't landed a shot yet. We'll see. Has bolts. Yep, there they go. There's another one. And now you're on fire. Well, that's useful. This dwarf's gonna die in a moment. Fires another bolt. This dwarf's just like, you know, quietly extracting metal strands. Gotta stay on topic over here. More bolts, more flames fly. It's okay, the adamantine will be totally fine. Amber's on fire, which is a damn shame. We've got a spear dwarf here who's fighting with the creature. And the creature here, this one's gonna be a problem, I think. Raditus. Oh, it's like I've been here before. Raditus is on fire. But unfortunately died before they were able to do much, if anything. Man, I was excited when this thing caught fire. Well, we have a chance now. And it seems that the pale, unconscious, overexerted, potentially about to die dwarf here, Elray down beneath, was the one who was able to kill it. Oh. That went pretty south pretty quick. 1, 2, 3. Radbug died. 4, 6, 7 members of the military. Ay. All right. Well, that was tough. Could have gone worse, though. I am just going to clear smoke, so the frame rate doesn't drop. But it'll come back because the store's still on fire. Here's hoping that Ragwad here is able to put the fire out. Highly depends. It's possible. Anything's possible, actually. Well, the best part about this, actually... Okay, I'm just going to extinguish all now. And clear smoke, just to... so we don't have to wait for the fire to burn out manually. That could have been a lot worse. So honestly, I'll call that a win. I'm gonna have to keep these all equipped now. I'm ready to go. Very much could have been worse. Count our lucky stars where we can. The things you do for adamantine, yeah. The things we do for adamantine. Also, I didn't lose any of my commanders, so that's actually definitely a win. There's almost no negative there. The reason there's almost no negative there is because, also, actually, I think I might be an idiot. No, I'm not an idiot. The reason I'm definitely calling that a win is if I lost my militia commanders, this would have taken a lot longer. This was the issue. They're just literally not in the burrow. So that was actually like, I will blame my tiredness, but that was actually just an error on my part. Okay, well, we shall bury a bunch more dwarves. But anyways, Mitchell, thank you very much for the raid. Hope that your stream was good. Anything particularly noteworthy happened today? You guys have officially seen like all the commands I use in DFHack. But yeah, round of Fs to the heroes who passed. And most of my miners, for that matter. You crashed out of the trade screen? Yeah, thanks for reminding me to quick save, actually. The game's definitely more crashy than it was previously. Like, this version of the game is less stable. But I'm sure that the more crashes we get, the more crash logs they'll get, and then the more crash logs they'll get, the faster they'll get fixed. If that was ever a thing, that was a thing before premium, which is certainly possible. Yubul, the miner's been missing for a week. Oh shit, actually. Yes, this has been closed. I need to reopen this. That very well may have been a thing, but it is likely that that was a thing before premium was a thing. But no, they don't need a open space next to them. Sorry, not sorry, chat. I'm slaughtering a lot of puppers. say you should only ever have one order. It's a little annoying. Box been missing for a week. They may also have completely burnt up. Yeah, I guess they did. And I need to go over to here. I bought cotton. The next thing I want to go actually is I want to go up to here. I want to finish this up because this is going to be my Baron's throne room, which they'll have a lead and an iron throne. They'll have their choices. I'm going to give them tables because who doesn't want to eat in their throne room sometimes? Give them 2 red diamond windows. Red diamond windows seems lovely. Some nice granite doors. I should have some statues lying around, probably. Yerp. 2 of them. I also likely have some instruments, which I do. They got a backing band for when necessary. I can put a couple chests back here. I could throw a display case over there and there and there. I can go to military, give them a bunch of these. I can go to military and give them a bunch of these. And that'll deal with a lot of these needs. Maybe not all of them, but a bunch of them. And there's my Baron of Wavepool. You got Mountain Home. Cool. Digging up lots of adamantine and steel is ample supply as well. You're just terrible about remembering to set up squads and train them. Yeah, I mean, something I did with this fort from the very beginning is one of the first things I did actually was make a squad and get them training in tactics. Because something else I've noticed, Mitchell, ever since the last major update, is that enemy siegers, like attack or sieging enemy sites, is harder than before. I have a feeling because they have better trained soldiers now. There's probably something factoring back into that now, if I had to bet. An indigo tourmaline crown, hell yeah. What about up here? Do I have any fun scepters, maybe? Aside from that fancy metal one? No. Let's go large gems, because I think I got some large diamonds, probably. Ruby, well, that'll do. But congrats on Mountain Home. Hell yeah. They're happy with their throne room. That's good. That first fort, though, after the siege, I trained a new squad, and every migrant wave I had 0 issue with them. Then I got lax. Yeah, right. Okay, fair. I mean, getting lax is often the downfall of any good dwarf, right? Speaking of the most recent update, do you guys use reinforced walls much? Because, like, I feel like the way I build forts, if the goblins are going to break down my walls, it doesn't matter if they're reinforced or not. It's probably already going to be too late. Like, they're just going to get through them. I don't know. I'm kind of curious to know what people end up doing with reinforced walls. Especially the further along this, like, cycle gets. I won. I don't need to do this anymore. Yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely the old school mentality for sure. My general consensus is they shouldn't be anywhere near your walls. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going as well. But maybe for like an inner keep or something, you know? Like the, this is where we make our stand room. With a foundation made of them? But are you trying to do the, don't let them get anywhere near my goddamn walls? Or are you like giving them an opportunity to get close to them? Hell yeah, clear diamond bracelets. This is a schwanky barren space, let me tell you. And then this right here can be a dining hall, which currently is overlapping, but it won't be once I get a door in there. It'll be fine. How you doing, Leia? How's things, mate? I slept like crap last night. Also, by the way, the wind's back. I can hear it all of a sudden. Well, if I disappear, my power went out, so hopefully that doesn't happen. They haven't touched them? Yeah. No, that makes sense. You have the top surrounded with bolt throwers and rampart walkway around. Cool, cool, cool. What kind of design setup are you using? Are you trying to like replicate actual defenses, or are you like real world type defenses, or are you going more for the you know, the kind of more fantasy look? Reinforced walls. Reinforced walls for repairs against siege damage. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Mike Ben in YouTube chat says that they use reinforced walls after the bad guys damage the fort. That makes some sense, actually, because, like, you know, if, you know, they've attacked the first time and then they go for your walls and you go, well, need to patch this spot up. So, no, that makes sense, actually. I can get behind a strat like that. Hadn't really thought about it, to be honest. Depends on how the raider AI works. I mean, they try and avoid places where they've died previously, or where that faction has died previously, as I understand it. We'll just say prepared meals right there. It's still considered overlapping? What? What? Okay, fine. If you insist, game. All right, well, that's a start. And then you need spears. Okay, so I'm just going to say steel spear. I'm just going to make 3. I'm going to do that quarterly. Are you the person on my Discord building that, Crocosm? Because there's someone on my Discord building a star-shaped fort like that, completely surrounded by, like, catapults and bolt throwers. If so, you have a different username, which, fair. But otherwise, you're the second person I've seen doing that. Yeah, I kind of, like, agree with that take in the YouTube chat, though. It's, like, using reinforced walls as a way to, like, slowly move things towards the fort, specifically. Like, they dig through something, like, build a wall around it. Because here, I'll show you then what that other person's doing on my Discord. Cool spoiler screenshot that I won't share, but to scroll up a wee bit. Yeah, this is the setup that I was seeing on my Discord, which is like pretty dope, actually. Like, this is a pretty rad setup. Star Fortress? I know, right? Star Wartress is how I think of it. So, where's the, yeah, this was what they were basing it off of. So like this kind of thing. It's all in the Discord if you want to scroll up. They also posted a GIF. Yeah, so like there's a troll and like bolt throwers and catapults. The dwarves are just like surrounded with booze on the ground, unless they've recolored something. There was another GIF that they posted. Where is it? Might have been this one. Oh, huh. There's a rock in the middle of their fort. That's kind of nuts. Anyway, yeah, so that's that setup that they're using, which seems ridiculous, but certainly seems ridiculous. Speaking of, I should actually start training my siege operators. So our forts are the pinnacle of defense against non-modern sieges? Certainly, yeah. It was definitely like high technology at one point in time. So what I'm going to do... Trying to think where I could do this. Actually, this would actually be a pretty convenient place to build this. Because I could just go one layer down here. Let's just do granite walls there. Granite here. Granite, and then I'm just going to do a line of a different color. We'll go with graphite, because I saw that. Except I'm actually going to make that into floor. I lied. Okay. So in YouTube chat, I got a question. I'm confused you again. What's the world size you use for optimal gameplay? And say it doesn't matter, but the others are small, medium, or large. Your laptops. Okay, so I can't help you with that. Like you could have a giant world that runs great for some reason, and you could have a tiny world that runs terribly for some reason. It entirely depends on what's going on the map. World size only, in my experience, I've been wrong before, will be again. World size only really affects the world size, in my experience, only really affects the speed of load times. YouTube chat. So if you've got extremely slow load times, then that'll have a negative effect. But otherwise, you basically, like, the size of the world isn't going to matter all that much. Do I still have the burrow on? No, I don't. Okay, let's go up to here. Do have a few dwarves pulling logs out. Do actually need to chop down some more trees. I was importing wood, but I've been running out of it. All right. Let's jump back down and in. How's the invasion going? We just had some setbacks, but it's been worse. Could be better. We had some monsters show up, which I unfortunately got in trouble with. But we're doing okay. I currently need to find the magma sea so that I don't accidentally, how do I put this? Dig into it while it's digging down. So that's something that I'm dealing with, or trying to deal with. I slept like shit last night, so if I seem a little loopy, I just want to say thanks, chat, for tolerating my babbliness today. I'm a little bit off today, for more reasons than one, but mostly just super duper tired at the moment. It's suboptimal to say the least, but trying my best here. I think I will leave these active for the moment, just in case this dwarf hits something bad. Okay. And that dwarf just zipped off. Okay, fine. You appreciate the stream anyway? Yep. If you like the stuff that we do here, don't forget to, leave a like if you're on the YouTube stream, or chuck a Prime sub into the bin. And help keep the channel funded. On Friday this week, after hopefully me having more than 2 hours of sleep, I will be hanging out with Tarn on stream for the first hour and a half of the stream on Friday, from 10 a.m. until, I don't know, 11:30 noonish, give or take. I had to reinstall my OS to fix my audio drivers so that I could actually run it this time without running into hiccups. So if you would like to send in a question that Tarn may be asked, I recommend that you type in !interview here on the Twitch side of things, or if you're on the YouTube side of things, check the description. I think it's in there. And then you can send in a question that I may or may not ask Tarn, but do keep in mind that I can't ask everything, because I am not superhuman. I don't actually need to do both of these, just one. Something has collapsed on the surface. Trees, probably. But yeah, feel free to send in questions, but I can't guarantee that they will be asked. Just out of pure necessity. Does Tarn like to answer? I mean, I'm gonna try and keep it on topic. Super high concept questions I don't generally ask unless they're specifically funsies. I try not to just interrogate him about features that are years away. Chad, it's pouring rain and sunny again. This weather's confusing. It's extremely windy, it's actively raining, and it's sunny. It's almost down, yeah, it's downpouring and sunny. There's probably a wicked, rainbow somewhere. Do trees still explode? I mean, they don't explode, but they collapse, which has a similar effect. So, no, but yes. So, no, but asterisk, I guess. I can't believe I haven't found the magma sea yet. This is getting a little silly. In this version? Yeah, but I don't settle in evil biomes all that often because I don't find them super fun. But yeah, I've seen them. I'm gonna take those dwarves off of those siege engines. I've seen more of the good biome stuff. In order to get it, the overworld map color needs to be the evil color in order for them to appear. Holotov. Kind of have to go out of your way to find them. Do you have a dwarf here? This is your first time ever speaking in my chat. So no, you do not have a dwarf here. If you would like a dwarf here, you have to redeem a dwarf here. If you redeem a dwarf here, you can have a dwarf here. You also seem lost. Do you need directions lost? Or are you just trying to find the hatch? And what year is it? Oh god. Oh, ha. I'm not super surprised by this. I mean, I started chopping down trees for the first time in a while. So the elves are telling me not to chop down trees. Like I said, I'm not super surprised. That will happen eventually. Which means I should probably set up a guard pig or something. I am genuinely shocked I haven't found the Magma Sea yet. Let's try digging down here, maybe. Whoopsies. Let's actually go there. Try that. Genuinely amazed. So I don't name a dwarf after every person who pops into my chat. If you look at the view count and look at the dwarf count, you'll know that there wouldn't be a single dwarf available for naming. So if you would like to name a dwarf, you have to use the Twitch redemption, which can be found by clicking on the little channel points icon at the bottom of Twitch. If you don't know how to use Twitch, Google it. I'm sure you can figure it out. We've discovered the Great Magma Sea and a volcanic wall studded with gems. Excellent. That's what I was looking for. So, this can now be filled in. Wow, I actually still have kind of a few layers to go before we hit the underground. Wow. I got real close down here. That's kind of wild. You haven't seen them yet, so you want to double check? Yeah, of course they exist. No, you have to kind of go out of your way to find them. To be fair, you did in the older versions too. All of them. Beard or no beard. Romanoid. It was almost a creation instead of a burial. There's a reason that I was digging horizontally. And channeling. No beard? Okay. You shaved recently? Right. Okay, actually, something I'm gonna do is I'm going to see who's currently training here. So those two at the bottom. Those ones. And Romanoid. Now you're training right here, which I'm actually going to move to training down here. Just going to delete this one. So Romanoid is a nervous wreck, is very trusting and can sometimes act without deliberation. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She is quite polite, and she can handle stress. She doesn't experience strong cravings or urges, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square its natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. And she has a comfortable... Wait, what? Comfortable? What the words am I saying? And she is quite polite, and she can handle stress. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she has a greedy streak. That's where I was going. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respect of martial prowess. I need to sleep more at night. And she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And when she inhales sharply when she's angry, and she becomes very focused during conversations when she's trying to remember something. You only started using minecarts after your video. You're going to go check out the one on pump stacks? I mean, these are videos I made years ago. I've always been there, friend. I have a feeling, as long as we spot them when they're coming, Shay O'Neill in YouTube chat, I'm not too concerned about elves in this fort, but we'll see. She dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. And she personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries her best to never associate with such secretive fools. And deeply respects skill at arms, and sees power over others as something to strive for. For kills, she has none. And she's only 25 years old. Hot damn. She's a child, practically. Your younger brother's in the fort. Welcome to the fortress. Good luck. Good luck, Dwarf. All right. Speaking of good luck, I'm going to also to go right here. Just place a pen pasture right there. Put 2 war dogs in it. And I'll jump down here. I mean, you don't really need to use them as far as minecarts go. Like, I would say that minecarts are maybe one of the most optional mechanics in the game. Just kind of flat, period. So there is that. So since I'm automating this, actually, I'm just going to jump up to here. And I'm going to go military and catapult. We'll say south. Gotta wait for those catapult parts. And yeah, that's it. I'm just going to go into here and basically get these catapults firing at targets. Now, my idea here is I don't really care about saving the boulders. It's more about not causing shrapnel to go everywhere. Let's follow that dwarf who's digging. See how this goes. What's stopping you, Rumnoid? Some forgotten beast I don't care about has arrived. But yeah, chat. Since I'm loopy and like probably doing a bad job of interacting, I appreciate anybody who's hanging out in the chat, keeping us company today. The gameplay I find is never that interesting when digging too deep like this. I may give the elves a bunch of gifts. This is probably the cause of most of that. Like, slowdown of them being able to dig. So I'm just going to give me the benefit of the doubt that that's the case. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go places, siege engines, boom. Would make me use minecarts more. You mean, like, I assume for their intended purpose? I don't know. To me, I think, like, they're currently just a very situational thing. I think, like, the biggest issue with them is a relevant... Oh, Jesus. Well, that sucks. The biggest issue with them is a relevant issue in almost every case. Rest in peace, you two. The, like, problem is they tend to, how do I put this, cause more hauling jobs than just hauling, which makes them exceptionally inconvenient to actually use. Because when dwarves are loading a minecart, every single thing that's in the stockpile that can go into the minecart becomes a hauling job. And so you end up just having a bunch of dwarves clustered around one place. So you can sometimes end up with, like, less individual walking across the map jobs. But I find that I only really use them for stones anyway. I've found them useful for transporting things like fish before, instead of having, like, a million fish jobs. Like, they're useful for storing corpses in, and then occasionally you'll have the corpse, like, go push it and dump them into lava or something. I just find them very situational. Like, so I don't know. I think like the only way to make me use them constantly would be to make them ridiculously overpowered, I think. Like, honestly, I think that's what I would need. Is I would need them to be less situational, which might make them too good. All right, I'm going to, real quick, just go memorialize the one dwarf that's already been found dead. Actually, let's just go make a bunch of slabs. So 10 of them. Well, I really want to cheat and save these dwarves, chat. You know that scene in the movie when there's like a record scratch, everything pauses. It's like, this is me. You might wonder how I ended up here. And instead it's, Dear Tarn, why do you hate the dwarves so much? Why don't you just let them mine the goddamn adamantine? Why must you do this? Hey chat, if nobody gives me a proper funeral in the chat, I will teleport these dwarves out of here. Because if I were playing on my own time, I would absolutely teleport these miners out of here. So you better give me a proper funeral for these dwarves.
Bring out your dead!
Magic exists. I mean, we'll get through it either way. You know. We'll get through it either way. It's just going to take longer if they die, right? Right? Right. You're all like, what the fuck was that? I like how now they're stuck because there's just like smoke going up there, so now the frame rate's gone to 0. The game's punishing me for my sins. God, that's so much lava. The merciful God, I try. I think of myself more like Q, you know? We're like an omnipotent being from another realm. Well, since this bloody thing is going to fill up with lava anyway, why don't we just do this? Watch me find more lava while we're doing this. Except what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause you right there. I'm going to go up to here and go down. So they'll have a second way out. Must have been the wind. Must have. Section of caverns collapsed? Oh, right, yeah. Forgotten beasts made of fire. And let's just go places, siege engines off. There goes 2 more. Oh, it killed a toad. That's funny. Place engine, place engine, siege engines on. I'm going to go right here and ask myself, did they figure out how to make a catapult yet? No, they didn't. Okay, fuck it. Since they haven't figured out how to make a catapult, I will instead put the bolt thrower and use that instead. And then here, I'm just going to go ammo. For just bolts, but no metal ones. Sands of Destiny are getting into your eyes. Oh, most definitely. Absolutely. Many a bad nightmare in this fort, man. Also, to the person who earlier was like, wow, your moods are so good. I think you cursed me, because I went from, like, I don't know, 15 kind of upset dwarves to a lot more than that. What have you done, chat? I appreciate your existence, but what have you done, chat? Usual. Yeah, there you go. No, that's Zon. How you doing today, Bonesaw? How's things on this fine afternooners? It's fine afternooners. Let's wait for that to get going. I will channel this down right here. Or actually, I can probably just channel it. Am I out of miners? Oh, no, I'm not. They're just busy. Well, I actually don't want you as a miner. I hope I get a new migrant wave soon. It's been a minute. You know, I think that right for the moment, being in the military is like inevitable death, right? Being a miner is more dangerous. With the shit that I'm doing. Stuff I'm making these dwarves do. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't wish that on my enemy, because I would, but maybe we shouldn't. I'm also just going to stop making ballista arrow. How many ballista arrows am I assembling? Well, okay, let's just stop at that. That's enough of those. It's literally like using all of my wood. We got an ad break coming in 27 seconds. I will be pausing the game once that hits. It's like being in prison when deployed. I remember asking a friend of mine's dad what it was like being in the military, and his response literally just like sweating. It was literally all he said. He's like, all I remember is sweating. Because he was in the, like, he did mandatory military time in South Africa. I was a little kid when I asked him that. He was my scout leader at the time too. Like, what was it like being in the military? He's like, sweating. Spread it. Oh, so, in YouTube chat, Zelkin says, nice, I showed up and for a, what have you done, chat? I don't know. You know, fuck ads is a funny sentence. It's like, are you sure you want ads for fuck? I don't know about that. I feel like you need to be on a different website for that, actually. Might get ads for Trojan condoms, so I guess that's about as close as you could get to that. I don't know, though. I've always found Trojan condom ads to be kind of entertaining. Thank you very much for this 8th month. Appreciate you, mate. To anybody just tuning in, I got about 2 hours of sleep last night. I keep changing the number because I don't know how much it was. I don't remember actually sleeping, and if I did, I didn't notice. It was extraordinarily windy last night, and I'm not used to a lot of wind. That's something that I lived in a very secluded, like protected, like horseshoe-shaped building on the bottom floor on the inside of it for years, and I'm not used to wind. And we had like practically hurricane winds last night, so I'm like, today. So if I seem a little loopy or unable to read chat coherently, or if I just say random nonsense or get prickly out of nowhere, tell me if I'm getting prickly, by the way. Then, like, sorry? It's probably not going to be a super long stream today, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. But thank you for hanging out today, though. I actually quite like it, but not when I'm trying to sleep. It's Mitchell. Although, ironically, like, it wasn't the most entertaining extremely windy day I've ever had. The most entertaining extremely windy day I've ever had was last winter. Right around the time I moved here, there was a day where it was not as windy as it was last night, but similarly windy. And I started hearing honking outside, like cars honking. And I was like, oh, I should, like, go look, because that's probably a problem. Like, hearing cars honking, nothing good could possibly come of that. It's clearly the clowns are invading. So I went and I looked outside, like a normal curious person would, because it was in the middle of the afternoon. And there was a traffic cone in the middle of the road. And it was right at an angle where cars couldn't see it. And they were driving, like, normal car speed, like, I don't know, 40 kilometers an hour, or whatever the speed limit is. 45 probably, or 50, because the speed limit's 40. And they'd come around the corner, and they'd see this traffic cone, and they go, honk their horn, slam on the brakes, and then start driving again. And they, like, every car did this. It must have, like, just been at an angle where it was just spooking people. You can't take credit for every possible honk. You know what? There's other honkers in existence, right, Bonesaw? Like, that's just... You're plagiarizing the other good honkers' honks. I don't even... Do you ever say things, chat, and then wonder what the fuck did you just say? What has the internet done to me? You guys have ruined my brain. I mean, not you specifically, but like us. We has ruined my brain. Alright, now that I've done that, let's do this. It's like I'm playing the Fortress of Brain Rot again. They were honking at the unnamed one. Ah. I don't know what that means. So I will smile and nod instead. This is the button I want to be hitting. Well, it's time to train up a new army of miners, because my miners are all dead. The good news is now that I've made it through all of this, this layer's pretty smooth mining now. Are they going to make brain rots Forgotten Beasts? I learned a couple fortresses ago that the word brain is a dwarven word. Black sheep, Baba? I'm just going to call you Black Sheep. Or Baba, maybe. What do you prefer? I'll pick one of the two. So I learned that brain rot was a word, or brain is a dwarven word, and so is rot, so I named a fortress Brain Rot. Looking forward to the interview on Friday. You're asking us what to ask him. No, so I'm, like, you know... have you ever watched one of these before? Regardless. Generally, the way the format works, or the way the format's worked, I guess, in past times when I've done this, is I kind of bring topics which are usually just, like, the topic of whatever Tarn has been working on recently. So it's usually just, like, me talking at Tarn about current development stuff. And then... After that, after I run through everything I want to ask him, then I, you know, start extending that to other people. Anybody who's in the chat, basically. I just want to talk to him about, like, his take on the current state of the game. Like, I want to talk to him about difficulty. I want to talk to him about, like, I guess, like, the current development and, like, where things have been going and where things could go. I would like to talk to him about, yeah, mostly that, like, where things could go, like, the current state of the difficulty of the game, how he feels about the current state of like the game's level of challenge, if it's where he wants it to be, if he thinks that things still need tuning. I'm holding out hope, because Tarn said, yes, hallelujah. Tarn said that, in the future of the fortress earlier this month, that this dwarf is completely ablaze with feelings of lust. He's just like me. But he said at the beginning of this month during the future of the fortress, or maybe it was the posts, that they were hoping to get more information about like the next things that they're gonna do, and I'm really kind of crossing my fingers because Tarn gives me the date, right? So the way these work is I ask Tarn, hey, do you want to do another chat in the next couple weeks or months? And he'll usually be like, let's aim for like around this time, which is usually when he has some free time. And then that time comes around and he'll either ping me or I'll ping him and be like, hey, like, does this window work? And then he'll pick a date. And pretty consistently, they've like patched the game the day before. So I'm holding out hope that we'll get some sort of update that was teased at the beginning of the month, either today or tomorrow, or maybe the morning of. So I don't really know what I'm going to ask him, because if anything comes out first, then I will probably just ask him stuff based on that. But we'll see. It could also just be a hotfix, who knows. But yeah, generally, he really likes the questions about Creed. I mean, that's Bonesaw's dreams. I probably won't ask him anything else about Creed. I was sorry to disappoint you, but that was kind of a one-off goof. He did mention that maybe he needs to look that up for karaoke once, so we should ask him what his favorite karaoke song is, though. There's always like one or two silly questions like, you know, how was Thanksgiving? Those kinds of things, you know? I want to know who owns the harp. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Like, who plays the harp? And if we could get some harp music in Dwarf Fort. Because in the recent... what am I doing? In the recent update videos, behind Tarn, there's a piano and a harp. And I would like to know if Tarn plays harp, or if his wife plays harp. And if either of those, if we could get harp music in Dwarf Fort. And it's now his favorite karaoke song. You know, I'm not going to lie, Arms Wide Open would actually be a really funny karaoke song. Kind of for the same reason that, like, Nickelback would be a stupid karaoke song. Okay. Oh. Imagine walking onto the map chat, and the first thing that happens is you get attacked by a giant Kia. Oh, we got a flock of agitated parrots. The timing is impeccable. I'm just going to throw some Marksdorfs up here for some free training. Or additional puking. Let's just go places. Siege engines. Oof. Oh, I will also thank him for adding that siege engines menu, because it is great, and I love it. Uh-oh. Notokos has been found dead. I'm gonna send as many of these dwarves up here as I can, because we are in fact getting attacked by giant Kias. And the problem with this, I'm also going to open up this gate, give them another way in. The problem with this is all my dwarves are cave adapted. And also there's like, you know, a whole bunch of logs that need to get into the fort. Oh, Jesus. That's not good. Well, The good news is this is a really good way to train a lot of dwarves in wrestling really quickly. The bad news is it's a really good way to stress out the whole fortress extremely quickly. Come on, Zephon. Fire all your bolts out. Hey, you're actually kind of a skilled dwarf. The good news is I will get a bunch of, like, talented soldiers out of this. I'm just going to throw in the ones that are clearly getting some training. And if they hate it, as always, I'll expel them. Or, you know, give them a new career choice. Come on. Grr. I like how the elves sent me a warning. They're just like, you've disrespected the trees, and I've been, like, intentionally going out of my way to not piss off the giant Kias. And then I decide to, you know, actually get some wood so that I can build catapults and whatnot. And then, you know, chaos ensues. I need to check, actually, if I have a captain of the guard. Or not captain of the guard, chief medical dwarf. I do! Good. One time I had a dwarf civ become an expert in training turkey vultures because they kept getting caught in your cage traps. Yeah, that's usually... There just happens to be a bunch of them. What? Dwarf has been found dead, but, like... There's... Oh, you already picked it up. Somebody already picked it up, probably. Come on, dwarves, get up. How many more of these do I still have? There's 3. There's one over there. Send the Marks dwarves over to here. Dwarf here. Hit the agitated Kia, which is now having trouble breathing. I was kind of hoping it would fall, but nope. It can no longer stand, but unfortunately it can still flap, so it'll just have to jelly roll when it gets to the ground. 10 a.m. Pacific time, or whatever that is locally. What squad are you in? Pointy bitterness. Oh, the squad's all dead. Lovely. Grumpy, you can be squad leader for that squad. Nope, not you. I'm actually kind of annoyed with this. Romanoid, you died, by the way. You managed to fall into the ocean. I'm just going to send all of the dwarves down and into here. I'm also going to... How do I do this? You know, every now and again, I play an Untamed Wilds map and then remember why I actually don't like them. This is why. I don't know. I've never really found these to be particularly fun. All right. I like the large animals, like that part of it's fun, but the actual act of having to play these maps just, I don't know, man. The more I do it, the more I feel like I don't actually know if these are for me. Just gotta change the tree limit. Oh no, it's not the tree limit. Like, the elves invading me isn't the issue. It's the, like, wildlife agitation what irritates me. Or rather, even the wildlife agitation doesn't irritate me. It's the consistency of flying agitated wildlife that irritates me. Like, I don't mind any of the other, like, asterisks that come with this type of map. All of those are fine, as far as I'm concerned. It's specifically flying agitated wildlife that I don't like. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's all I want. I just want to unexist flying agitated wildlife from the game. And I'm totally cool. Like, giant wild boars would be great. Like, this is just stupid. Sorry, hold on. And, you know, like, kids getting stuck in trees, like, never happens for me unless I have agitated wildlife. It's like, I don't know. I just don't care. I guess. It's like, ain't nobody got time for that. Getting there. Okay. Agitated is the setting you're talking about? No, I know what setting you're talking about, but I presumed that when you said chop down tree limits, you were talking about, like, elves chop down tree limits, because the elves have a chop down tree limit. If you're talking about, like, the agitation rate, then sure, yeah. But, like, the agitation rate isn't the issue that I have, though. Like, that's the problem, right? I don't mind the agitation rate. The agitation rate, I think, is fine. Like, totally fine. It's the fact that they're always flying. How did you build underwater? I drained the ocean. I can drain the whole ocean with the pull of a lever. All right. All the agitated wildlife is dead. Okay. I'm going to or turn this off again, rather. That's what I'm gonna do. So we should come get this dwarf. It's more like agitated player life for me. It's the fact that birds are just evil. Yeah. Like, you know, I would rather be on a map with, like, undead giant wild boars than agitated giant keys. Like, a significantly higher threat to life consistently. Like, I don't know. I guess I just, at the end of the day, I prefer terrifying maps, but in my brain, I prefer Untamed Wilds maps. And I need to memorialize Romanoid. Lesai. Okay. I may actually reclaim one of the cavern layers. Just so that I can get the trees. I may actually do that. And that actually wouldn't be too difficult. I would just need a lot of dwarves prepped and ready. The good news is, though, well, actually, I can just show you guys how I drain the caverns. Let's just open this. Let's close this. Actually, do I need to close that? Yes, I do. All of you get out of here, and you close this. I mean, I don't need to, actually, but I should. Dwarf, don't stand on that bridge, please. Let's just wait. This is the one I really need to close, but... Let's turn the burrow back on. Then I can get that dwarf's body out. That's open. Let's get this side going. An IKEA map? Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, it's not that hard to drive a Kia. You just drive the speed limit and don't hit anything, right? Maybe you forgot to bring your GPS. Phone data helps with that, I've been told. So now I just need this to close. A sob was found dead. Hold up. Wait, what? Oh, that's not good. Should probably get rid of that. I'm just gonna go down to here. And see what slabs I have. That was not a named usual. Some bitch. No slabs engraved. Okay. They may also have literally just died, so. Not from what I can tell. And let's just hope nobody's dumb enough to go get stuck in here. Yep. Well, found one. What are you doing? Being stuck. Right. I don't need to drown this dwarf. There's probably some dwarves I need to drown, but not this one. Now you can leave. Dwarfus. Get. Skedoodle. Get out. Run. There we go. Okay. Now that you've done that, pull this lever again. And I'll show you how I dug and built under the ocean. Oh, there's also a child in here. Of course there is a child in here. Okay. I will give you until you hit the second jacket on the left. There we go. And unpause that. Now let's close this. Cyrolac, thanks for the 61st month. Appreciate you. What do you mean by recommendations? Gazoom? Just, it doesn't take that long for the doors to run up and down. Are you talking about transporting materials? Like, what are you trying to do that you want recommendations on? I am very sleep deprived and my brain is pudding. So you're gonna have to put more thoughts in it. Because currently I has few. And I'm trying not to drown my fort. So, for those of you who haven't seen this before, this is how to build on the bottom of the ocean floor the easy way. Let's hope I didn't accidentally flip my fort. What ocean? You know, sometimes the first thing I do, I empty the wagon on top of the left corner of the map is ice, and it thaws, the whole wagon explodes, causing the anvil to fall into the water. Oh, well. I mean, just, if you can make a pump, you could pump it out. This pleases you? I'm glad. It also means that I could probably... I say probably. I'm like, I can probably get Romanite's body out of here. I'm being optimistic right now. this will all drain eventually. The ocean is draining all the way down. All the way down. And out into here. So the past few times I've done this, it has actually drained enough that this whole area will become walkable. Which I presume will still be the case. And there, right there, is Romanoid's body. Time to get the metal detectors out? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's also how I would try to catch a whale if I ever had one show up on the map, but unfortunately, it's just giant Kias, goddammit. If I knew more about car brands, I would make a Kia car brand joke, but I don't know much about car brands, so I can't actually think of the names of any of them, but I'm sure you guys can, like, insert your own bad joke related to cars here. It's funny that IKEA steals a lot, but IKEAs are stolen a lot. Is that funny? But okay, I don't know if I necessarily get the humor here, but I'm sure. Gigmoth, the armorer, has been taken by a Feymut. Are you still happy? Read your username. You're dead, so yes. Very happy. Thrilled even. So most of my iron ore actually came from like this layer. What I did was I made this minecart track right here. And I can just set it to run once if you like. To see how it works. If I just set this to right now, a dwarf will come and do it. So the way this works is a dwarf literally will just come over here pretty soon. There we go. And then they kick it, and it literally just falls all the way down to here. Oh. And then just rolls down to here and hits the brakes twice, and then we'll dump all of the ore right there. Which is a lot faster than hauling it. It's essentially just like a safer infinite stockpile. That's what I do. I usually do some variation of something like that. Just set it to load, and then when it's full, when it has 5 boulders in it, they just punt it down here and done. Or you can just use a lot of wheelbarrows. It's like a bucket brigade, but instead it's a wheelbarrow brigade. Let's just make sure we're not getting attacked again. Okay. I think they did actually, I've got a forgotten beast that's underwater, and not because of me. I think they did actually make the Untamed Wilds easier. We're in an ad break at the moment. I think they did make them easier. And the reason I think that is the more I pay attention to this, the more I see that they're not just kind of infinite anymore. Like, they did used to, like, just kind of attack until the agitation would wear down. Now they seem to come, like, you'll get a pack of agitated animals when you chop down trees. But it still just irritates the fuck out of me that they're always flying. As mass stone transit? I mean, they'll explode if they're being fired particularly far. If it's short distance, no, I mean, you might as well just use minecarts. Just kick them and get them to dump where you want them to fall. I would, if you're transporting stone like that, I would just use minecarts, or use like wheelbarrows instead. because they will explode when they hit the walls. Well, train ferret. Also, train ferret might be in an ad. Crap. That's on me. Kias can fly, Hyundais can only jump. Ah, and Teslas can't swim. Unnamed person in YouTube chat, go back to the beginning of the stream and you'll hear me talk about why I think that, like, Canadian geese being evil is mostly just pet owner propaganda and human stupidity. That's all I have to say. I, don't understand why people have trouble with geese in real life. Genuinely. Like, what the fuck are you doing around wild animals? Aside from having a dog, which are dumb around wild animals. It's been 8 years and still no moss. It's just something that doesn't happen sometimes. Ultra despair. Like, I don't really have an answer for you. Because sometimes cave moss grows and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it takes a really long time. Sometimes it only comes from certain layers. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know the logic to it. I think I answered this the last time. That, like, sometimes it happens and it just takes a really long time. And sometimes you'll just never get it. Sometimes you get it constantly and people get irritated with it and ask me how to get rid of it. I don't know. If you're not getting it, then I guess you just don't have potent mosses. Or you don't have enough mud on the ground. I would look for a dirt layer. Because I'm not an all-seeing god that knows every mechanic in this game. Some of them I do, and I am grumpy today, and so I don't really have the ability to fluff up my response. But genuinely, like, I don't know. If it's not growing, it's just not growing. Can you still collect sand that's mossed over? You've never been able to do that, but if you have a wall that's made of sand, it won't grow moss, and you'll be able to collect from that. Or alternatively, you could build a dirt road on it and then put a grate there after deleting the dirt road, or you could build a floor there, unbuild the floor there, and then put a grate there, and then you can collect it forever. But literally just collect it from the wall, if possible. But yeah, if you put a paved road there, then they will collect from the paved road. It's probably the most direct way to do it. I really hope that was a goose that died. Okay. Gig Moth, what are you working on? Also, the frame rate's about 45. I said that, and it went down to 35 with the whole ocean draining, so it's pretty good. Or just put a grazer in that tile? Or, like, any animal, actually, because they'll trample it. I mean, I would actually say it's a very interesting solution, Penger, ban the white. It's just not the most aesthetically pleasing. Ironically, the banned geese is not Canadian, so they're Australian, actually. Black sheep, and they're the ones eating all the moss. And probably the mushrooms, too, based on the way the music sounds. Shoutouts to the band geese, they're pretty good. Good news is, I am currently extracting more adamantine strands. Are they not Australian? Okay, I feel dumb then. Oh well. Rip me, I suppose. Boom, boom. Telenartho, thank you very much for the raid. What's up, man? I'm tired and don't know what my brain is saying and where my hands are. So, hi, how are you? Okay, so let's go up to here and see. Are any dwarves really doing much much down here. Not that I'm seeing. Okay, let's stop the ocean from draining. So if you've never witnessed this before, when these drawbridges close, also mods, can I get a shout out for telling Artho, please, if there's any mods lurking? So that fills up and drains, and then this, do this. We had a dragon showed up and it died without breathing even a single bit of fire. Really? How did it die? Yeah, I mean, chat get some of the chat gets it. 409 and Tibet get it. Time to post some water, chat. Love the big old triangular wave. Look at that. It's a good old triangle sound wave right there. God, that's so satisfying, let me tell you. Aqua? No, we're not singing Barbie Girl. And then for the one person who wants, or the 5 people who want, the same thing but in ASCII. You had 4 bolt throwers without enough bolts, and so it stopped to your raised drawbridge. Oh, really? It stepped in front of your raised drawbridge and died? Oh, that's funny. That's actually really funny. The waves don't start to show up until the middle of it, but Gigmoth the Armorer has created Molkenzonthir Ideshikem, an adamantine buckler. Hell fucking yeah. Offers it to the jaw of sharks. I'll have to read that once this is done. Chat, we finally got it. Yeah, we'll have to. We'll definitely check its price. I'm just waiting for this. I want to witness this. I pretend that I'm showing chat because it's something cool, but I actually just want to watch it. It'll be back time to de-stream. No, I get you, dude. Enjoy your post-stream traditions. Which, in my case, is lose all my semblance of good posture and then just, like, stare into the void of my monitor for, like, 90 seconds, generally. Shoomp. It's so good, man. It's so good. All right, let's check this buckler. I swear to God, okay, it's just a drink, yeah. Oops. It's a bit of an improvement from that self-titled lead buckler from before. 156,000? Being stored in a bin. This is an adamantine buckler. All Craftstar ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of adamantine and square, brilliant cut brown zircons and pigtail and round tetrahedrite. This object, of course, is adorned with hanging rings of brown zircon, and it menaces with spikes of orpiment and brown zircon. On the item is an image of blazing suns in purple spinel. It didn't even have any diamonds in it. It's just adamantine. Now throw it on the pile. Get back to work! I mean, actually, I think I'm gonna give it to Locum. It's a blazing purple sun, yeah. Now we're talking. Did you notice that the dwarf sped up? when they changed clothing. Because now they can walk faster, because that's way lighter than what they were previously wielding. You had a 4-layer wooden fort, and basically all of your trade goods were wood and animal products? Oh, I see. 5th or 6th fort after watching a few of your videos. I was like, I'm gonna make an above-ground fort, and picked a wood-heavy, loamy area, and I couldn't figure out how to get through the sand, so I had very little stone, and no metal, so I had to trade for both, and I had 1 human settlement near me, and everything else was elves. How did that go? I was thinking recently that it would be interesting to build a fort where I have to trade with elves, and the only wood products I'm allowed to use are grown wood products. I think that actually might be kind of interesting. Just to see what the logistics of pulling that off long-term would be. Because the reality is, like, it would be a pain in the royal ass. But, like, I don't know. I think it could, that could be a curiosity. Also, we're getting a banger. Look at this. They all hanging out in the tavern. No beds? Well, not no beds. The thing is, if you're... I would probably embark with a bunch of pre-made beds. And then make a big old dormitory. And then from there, slowly increase the numbers. Everybody's like, but beds. That's what everybody's saying. I could import beds. Like, you can import those from your dwarves. I was so happy when I saw they were redoing this song. I wonder what story they're telling. So about how the human necromancer Fatib Mirror stopped became the first strength of the most cavern. Imagine being badass enough that you stop a mirror. Just go into the mirror and be like, no! And it stays. Come on, chat. I know you got at least one dance emote. Elray, the militia captain, has bestowed a name. The Farah El Farakara upon a steel spear. Got it. Cool. Well done. Speaking of... Also, I saw your DM, but I didn't really have time to read it. So thank you. Okay, let's go down here. Get these brave dwarves back to work. Places, siege engines, fire at will. Save the game. If you insist, boss. Is there a magic plant that turns wood into stone so you can sell it to elves? No. Although I think you might be confusing, well, can I count petrified wood for the sake of Lamaus? If I can count petrified wood, then yes. Otherwise, no. I'm wondering if these will actually be able to aim north again. I haven't messed with these enough to know. I presume so, but also maybe not. Look at all that water. Nice, nice, nice. That could be a threat right there. Yep. I was correct. Something evil is exposing from the newly emerged pocket. What am I saying? Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Pause. I should have smoothed that one first. Oh, this is a Hornbill Devil. This is a Deadly Dust one. So I want to say it's a Hornbill, enormous shell. It appears to be emaciated. Its feathers are fluffed out. Beware, it's Deadly Dust. Let's hope that these dwarves run quickly. Well, I didn't want any miners anyway. I'm going to put all the dwarves into the burrow and literally just forbid all this. Oh, shit. They killed it. I've been injured badly. I can keep it together, says Errol. Yet he cannot breathe. Well, you were a hero. Errol. It was found dead. Where'd your body end up? Oh, they're there. Rest in peace, dwarves. Well, maybe we can eat giant hornbill for dinner. Very drowsy. Ooh, that's pretty bad. That may put them into a coma. Good news is the water is negating the hornbill frozen extract. That dwarf's getting removed. Worst job ever being a miner in this fort, let me tell you. Certainly maybe the lowest chance of survival. There's water down there, which is actually kind of a good thing. A minor mistake? Ah. These dwarves should have asked more questions before they picked a mishap. I could have done better. These dwarves should have asked more questions before they picked up the job. There we go. We've got some humans that are here to trade. And these I will actually sell stuff to. Hey, Tarn, please give me an all button. Thank you. Totem. That's all that they really need are these totems. The dwarves will sell the used clothing too, of which I have tons. And let's just go places, siege engines. We got catapult parts, which is Gucci. That's what they needed. Oh. I mean, that's... How did I... Okay. And you, train, 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 train. Let's go T1. T2. T3. Arnold Schwarzenegger. T5. Okay. He was in chat earlier. Cultimus. What was interesting about it, out of curiosity? Mayor's been reelected. As in, like, seeing somebody learn? Prefer your miners dead? I mean, whatever floats your boat, I suppose. That's what I saw moving. I thought something. I changed from 11 something a.m. to 3 to 10 or something end of day, so I'm not sure what that means exactly. That means it'll ideally be delivered sometime between 3 to 10 p.m. at the end of the day. We had an issue with merch getting lost, or routed in really strange directions, and wondering if FedEx lost it. So, you know, standard shipping problems. At the very least, like, I have the ability to give people full refunds if stuff does actually get lost, and fourth walls, excuse me, what's the word? Customer support's also really good, so. Made you think about when you first picked up Dwarf Fortress when it released on Steam? I mean, people are always buying Dwarf Fort. I'm actually waiting, like, for the day that they go, we've sold 1 million copies. Because I don't think that's happened yet, unless I missed it or forgot. But, because, like, it's, you know, Dwarf Fort's been out for a while now. Holy shit, platinum. Like, Dwarf Fort's been out for a while now, and whenever it goes on sale, it sells another, you know, 15,000 or so copies, and that's not a small number. So yeah, I agree. It's always neat to see those numbers go up. Let's grab the picks. Once again, I blame the caffeine and my weird day, but I gotta go use the washroom again. All right, BRB, 2 seconds. Depressal as well, by the way. Thank you very much for the 5th month. Means a lot. Was it back in April? Okay. I must have just forgotten then. At an anniversary sale with it that month? Sure. Estimations are always categorically extremely far off. I've never, like, having talked to some developers who've sent me screenshots, those estimations are always over or under by about 40%. It entirely depends on, like, a lot of different metrics that are extremely inaccurate. Every now and again, the stars align and you get an accurate number, but it's pretty bad data. The Baron Deller elf meets with the human. Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. They seem to like our puddle. If you're talking about Grandma Will Love It, Gazoom, as in Dwarf Fortress, there are more people above the age of 65 watching my YouTube videos than below the age of 18. Is there a reason not to sell used clothing? Because I'm saving it for my dwarves to sell it? Because I'll trade with my dwarves in like 3 months. That's almost always what I sell. But I only have so many dwarven hands, and I've got a lot of like bone crafts to sell as well. So, you know, swapping it up. That's all. I mean, I'm just trading to get rid of shit more than anything. What you doing, Dwarf? Some more migrants have arrived. I'm looking for more soldier dwarfs. You're a Gelder. You're tough. Intemperate, not inappropriate. Guild. I can detect my high population of goats now. Like, I'm here to guild. I'm like, no, you shall stab. And they're like, okay. Developed empathy. Yeah, you can go. That's a yak. I'd throw you in the military. Same with the alpaca if I could. Doesn't care about cooperation or mastering skills. Good spatial good spatial spence? What? I will put you in the military, though. But you nap your nap went late. Yeah, I might actually nap today, which is very rare for me. This dwarf is has the highest guard for loyalty and believes in it's important to refrain from complaining about things they don't like. Poor empathy, high stoicism, good willpower, thrill seeker. Military you get is a go-go. You already have military skills. Skills? Are you talking to me or other people in chat, Patty? I'm not sure if you're looking for a response from me or somebody else. Okay, let's... Speaking of dogs, I may actually start penning my dogs. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if you're looking for a response from me or not. But yeah, no, I mean, that's definitely a valid way to do it. I tend to just have certain types of things that I sell and certain types of things that I don't. And the stuff that I sell is generally used stuff. And it's all good. Is that an electric alarm light? What? The red dome looking thing. What, this? Oh, this? Let's say large rectangular ruby cabochon. That's worth 830 dwarf bucks. Just like this is a indigo tourmaline crown. Wee woo! Yeah, it kind of does look like a police siren, doesn't it? Actually, I need a blue one. Actually, hold on. I wonder. I may have a blue one. Let's see. I'm in an ad break anyway. I'm just gonna wait for them to place this, and then I'll take a look. If so, that should be the symbol of the captain of the guard. Also, sorry, YouTube folks, that I'm not responding to you guys so much. I'm short on sleep and very tired. Reading one chat is actually very difficult for me to comprehend at the moment, so trying my best here. I'm actually kind of amazed that I've made it this far. I turned the stream on today and I was like, don't know how far I'm going to make it, but we'll see. I got a sapphire that's baguette-shaped. Call the French. I do like that large, square, brilliant cut red diamond. That's pretty dope looking. Although, if I put the amber one there, that'll kind of look like an alarm bell. The faint yellow diamond kind of looks like a ponder the orb. See the orb. Feel the orb. Ponder the orb. Speaking of orbs. Naming the red gem Riwu? Weewoo? Okay. If you insist, Saya. I can do. How's that? That's what the captain of the guard says when he has to go to the bathroom. I'm going to move the Baron's bedroom down here. We're going to get some more Galena while we're at it. I mean, hey, if like an entire industry of thrift stores can make a living off of like fast fashion, Pan Badger the white, I'm certain that masterly crafted dwarven silk clothing would be just as, if not more, valuable. Just my $18.50 worth of take. Because that's how much they charge for a pair of socks these days, those overcharging bastards. I don't even know where those socks have been or what has been in those socks. Oh, God! I'm not trying to say that like thrift stores are affordable these days or anything, because they fucking ain't, but, you know. Wait, what did you not think of Emperor Iron? In YouTube chat. Right, over here, all of these. We get some, like, very cheap and easy. Galena. Don't buy the stiff ones, right? I mean, they don't really wash clothing or shoes, especially at Value Village over here. So even though they often have a good selection and the prices aren't as bad as I've seen them in other places, yeah, like wash clothing like twice maybe. Goodwill gets away with it. I don't think, so I might be wrong. I don't think Goodwill exists in Canada. At the very least, it doesn't exist where I live. So it might, but I don't have much experience with Goodwill. We have there's MCC thrift stores, privately owned ones, Value Village, and I'm not certain if the Salvation Army still has them out here. I remember that was always the really big one that was close to where I grew up. Goodwill sucks anyway. I mean, most of them do. The privately owned ones are pretty nice. Those are the ones I try to go to, although since we're talking about Dwarven clothing trade, how do we feel, chat room, about, I don't know if I could call it a trend. It's not, I don't know if it's really a trend. The tendency of thrift stores to just call themselves vintage fashion stores and then, like, double the price. Because, like, I find that those places tend to have significantly higher quality clothing, just like in general. Like, they kind of get away with it because, like, their stuff's just better, and, like, they actually try and often have stuff that isn't crap. But on the flip side, you're still just a thrift store that's upcharging. Except like you specialize in shirts with like that are specific brands or like PlayStation logos. I bought some of the best clothes in a thrift store secondhand. I mean, I have this jacket that I only wear when it's like below -15. Laya, which is wool lined and like completely waterproof. The problem is I look homeless, or like I got beaten up and thrown in a dump tank after being thrown in a ditch after puking on myself twice when I wear it, because it's covered in so many suspect stains. I think most of them are coffee, but like it is covered in so many suspect stains that it's like concerning, to the point where like my mom actually bought me a new jacket when I was younger, so I would stop wearing that one, and I still own it, and I still wear it when it's super cold, because it's the warmest jacket I own. I did once get kicked out of a Starbucks and called homeless when I was in Seattle when I was wearing that jacket, so if that says anything about it. I was like, we're not a shelter. Move along. I was like, what? Excuse me. If we lived in a world with affordable socks, I think it'd be less annoying. I mean, okay, so affordability of socks or not. I have this discussion every now and again with chat because I think it's entertaining, and also I just think about it sometimes, which is like, if you were a billionaire and you could pick one completely irrelevant thing to splurge like money on that's extremely wasteful, that is very petty. So not like, you know, I'd buy a jet. I mean like one thing that's extremely petty, entirely pointless, that you would spend a bunch of money on. I would buy a new pair of socks every day, maybe like 2 a day, and like never wear the same pair of socks twice. I've thought about this many times for many hours, and like if I had unlimited money, that is the thing that I would do. You'd build a cheese fortress. Oh, so you'd like buy the cheese bunker, the U.S. cheese bunker or whatever it is. Wait, what? Did they not have a dining room before? Or am I misreading this? Oh, I see. It's the modest quarters. That's the one I gotta get rid of. Spend time developing stuff for your niche. I don't know if that's petty. Like, that's like a logical, expensive purchase. Like, what is something dumb and petty? Like getting a new toothbrush every day. You know? Or like only ever drinking bottled water. Some people have to do that. I should check my privilege. You know, like what is something like silly and completely like nonsensical that you don't do in reality right now because like it costs money and like that's kind of wasteful? New underwear? Sure, something like that. I mean, me, it would be socks. Anyway, yes, socks are expensive, I agree. This poor dwarf. You can't imagine what you could spend it on? I mean, yeah. Which is why I'm just like, I would get a new pair of socks every day. And then probably like hire a company to like give it all away, in all honesty. Okay. So let's just dig down right there. Places, siege engines. Oh, I would stock my fridge with the nicest handmade frozen pierogi. Because right now, I don't really. I just occasionally make my own or buy the cheap ones. There's thousands of pristine crystal glasses that always get tossed. Yeah. I really need to deal with this. Like, I really need to deal with this. Okay, So what I'm gonna do that is not the tool I wanted. Let's dig to right there. Go right here. Let's go over here. I don't know. I have zero aspirations to be a billionaire. That seems like a horrible way to live life. But that's just me. Let's do you here. Grab that. Like, in all seriousness, when it comes to finance for me, I just don't ever want to have to worry about how much I spend at the grocery store. As long as I'm not worrying about how much I'm spending at the grocery store, I'm doing pretty great. That is like my entire goal in life. Let's actually do it this way. Hire staff to knit new socks every day? Yeah. That's like the reasonable version of that guy that's injecting his son's blood into his face. Just to scare customers. There's this guy who I've encountered a couple times who I don't know where he lives. I don't know what he does for a living. I just know that he has mountains of money. And the only reason I know this is because I once heard him at the bar blurt out that he lost $6 million today. It was after like a certain US president said some dumb shit in a certain office recently. And he shows up at the bar that I drink at sometimes. And I remember one of the other patrons there mentioning that guy had money and stating that he's interesting because he tips ridiculous amounts and then insists that nobody says anything about it. I'm like, isn't that saying something about it? And he's like, well, can't respond. If you respond, he stops doing it. It's like, okay, interesting. I would do that. That's what I'm trying to say. Also, Patty, to me that just have you've seen the Blues Brothers, right? You know that if you've seen the Blues Brothers, I'm assuming you've seen the Blues Brothers. That sequence where they go to the restaurant and they're just like, no, not Brian Johnson. I would recognize him, but the sequence in the Blues Brothers when they go to yeah, that's as deep as they can go. When they go to the super fancy restaurant, and the guy comments, "The soup is fucking $10," which is very funny, and that line gets funnier actually. And they comment that the soup is fucking $10. But they go to the restaurant and then just like act like absolute morons in the restaurant and make everybody upset at their presence, and then threaten to show up every single day for the rest of that guy's career if he doesn't join the band again. That's what you're making me think of, Patty. He's like, me and my brother will come here and dine here every single day for the rest of our lives unless you join the band. Your women, I want to buy your women. Yes. How much for the girl? Great movie. Dear Google Overlords, I'm referencing a film called The Blues Brothers. It is a classic. I'm not saying anything worth demonetizing. I'm not soliciting that daughters or women from my chat, I swear. Please don't ban me. Fantastic movie, yes. Lies? Depends on if Copilot trusts me, I guess. Or the $5 milkshake Pulp Fiction. Yeah, I love how, like, those jokes, like, are funny at the time for one reason, and then, like, you know, decades later are funny for completely different reasons. It's fun when stuff ages like that, you know? Maybe that is a new sound command? Well, you better clip it. Of course, we just met Jim a few years ago selling his weed products out there, and he said that if he could ever have gotten John to try weed, he would have. There you go. He said the line, clip. Chat, clip it. I mean, I did say the line, so chat's now going to clip me saying clip it and not the actual, you know, bring back Clippy. What? Okay, so this is going to now be my tomb. I mean, my Viking burial place. Did I do that correctly? I think I did. I think I didn't, actually. There we go. What are we clipping? I don't know. It's a good question. I wonder that every day. It's like, what am I clipping? What am I saying? What am I doing with my life? Speaking of what am I doing with my life, Mellock, thanks for the tier 1 and 6 months in advance. Was it the what was it? Was it the Blues Brothers quotes that made you decide to subscribe? But regardless, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Still not buying your women though, I swear. But the soup is fucking $10. Also, it's bargain. You should go get it. It's on sale. It's actually on happy hour right now. Fun fact, chat. That movie taught me the F word as a kid. Because the first time I saw that movie, it was on TV, and the network, like, cut some sequences in ways so that it skipped swear words. And that was one of the words that I missed. And then later we rented it, because we loved that movie. And ironically, they left the "We Hate Illinois Nazis" parts in, though. And then I remember watching that movie on VHS and seeing that line of the soup is fucking $10, and asking my cousin what that meant. And he goes, oh. Good times. It was a place called the Seven Clover. It was super chill, and he gave tons of free stuff because you work in cannabis nowadays. Oh, neat. Yeah. Always gotta love a fun customer, especially people who are nice. Blatant lies. God damn it! This is slander. I won't stand for this. Instead, I'll stay sitting. All right. So right here, it's just going to be a corpse pile. All the bodies, rotten or unrotten, old and young, fresh and moldy, etc. It's a go-go. No dwarves, though. And I don't have any extra minecarts at the moment, but that's fine. I can still set this all up. Set it to load all corpses, it's fine. That was weird. Gotta fix the YouTube stream now. Also gotta zoom my camera back in. Dear camera. Okay, can you hear me? So I have a question. When I disappear, is it becoming like... Hold on, let me actually just look. That's bizarre. The YouTube stream's just dropped. OBS crashed. Yes, I know I'm invisible. So what happened, like I looked at the error log, so I run OBS through terminal. I'm scrolling back up real quick here. What was the last thing that it said before it crashed? I need to see if I can figure this out. Huh. Scroll up again, because I actually restarted the stream twice, but OBS crashed twice back to back. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think the game's gonna crash, but hold on. Hold up, let me just keep scrolling up through terminal. Double free corruption up. So my camera crashed. Which is why you can't see me right now. Because I unplugged my camera. That's weird. Like, literally my camera pulled down OBS. The error that I'm seeing is basically camera source, video in, select timed out. So my camera timed out? The fuck? I feel bad because like now the YouTube stream's offline and I can't put it back up. Camera got banned. Yeah, hold on. Let me grab one of my other cameras. I know that like that's maybe the most streamer thing I could say is hold on. Let me grab a different camera. Un momente. Hold on. Which camera do this be? The tape cam. This is that one. Okay. Sorry, I realize this is odd, but give me a second here. Did the other cameras crash? Nope, they're still on. That is wild. What the fuck?